Santa Monica. I am now going to begin both our 5:30 and 5:35 meeting. Just want to do a little housekeeping and make sure everybody has their ringtones on silent or vibrate as to not disrupt the meeting. And I would like to ask Councilmember Raskin if he could lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And before we do the land acknowledgement, I do want to recognize that today is California's 175th birthday. Yep. I feel like we should play that song going back to Cali right now, but we'll spare you. It's today? And today is the Pier's birthday as well. There's a lot of birthdays, and of course, we are celebrating our 150th for the next few months. Councilmember Raskin, will you read the land acknowledgement, please?
Of course. The city of Santa Monica is located in the land of Tovangar. With great respect, the city acknowledges the Gabrielino Tongva as the first people of this ancestral and unceded territory of Corvagna, a village that we know today as Santa Monica. We honor their elders, past and present, and the Gabrielino descendants who are part of the Gabrielino Tongva tribes. We recognize that these peoples are still here, and as settlers or Kuyan, guests, we recognize our responsibility and obligation to care for their land in partnership with them. The city of Santa Monica commits to work in partnership with the Gabrielino Tongva people to uplift their voices and visibility on their ancestral land.
I'll now call the roll. Councilmember Zwick.
Here.
Councilmember Hall.
Present.
Councilmember Raskin.
Here.
Councilmember Snell.
Here.
Councilmember Zernitskaya.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Terosas.
Here.
Oh, yes. Okay. Mayor Negrete.
Here.
All right. I will now ask if any council members will be recusing themselves from any items on the agenda pursuant to the Living Youth Act. Hearing none. Mayor, did you want to announce agenda management?
Yeah, items 10A and 11B are being pulled off by the request of staff. So if you're here to speak on item 10A or 11B, we won't be hearing public comment on those two items.
All right. We'll now move on to general public input and comment on special agenda items. For regular meetings, public comment is permitted on special agenda items and items not on the agenda that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city. State law prohibits the city council from taking any action on items not listed on the agenda, including issues raised under this agenda item. And it looks like we have about 26 speakers, which means everybody's time gets cut down to a minute. And the last speaker on the list is Sarah Mahir.
Okay. I'm just making sure there's no doubles so that people could get their 2 minutes, or if anyone's left. Okay.
Yeah, I don't see any duplications.
Okay, I'm going to call the first.
I'm sorry, before you start, we do have 5 minors on the list, so I'm just going to call them first.
Yes.
Millie Garcia, Jonathan Alvarado, Jonathan Granados, and that's it. And then I'll just call the next 2 names, so we have 5 people.
Okay.
Denise Barton and Mary Waldhauser. So again, everyone will get 1 minute.
Honorable members of City Hall, my name is Millie Garcia, a senior at Santa Monica High School and a member of Legado Latino, representing the Hispanic students of Santa Monica. We want to share our gratitude for the recognition of Hispanic Heritage Month as a holiday in our city of Santa Monica. This acknowledgement means a lot to us as it validates our culture and contributions to the community. Today, I stand before you with a shared vision and a request that concerns the Hispanic Latino community, which is the Hispanic Heritage Month celebration and Dia de Muertos that Santa Monica High School hosts. Legado Latino tries to make this event special to our community. As we mentioned previously, our students are deeply invested in celebrating our heritage. We will have a Hispanic Heritage event where Legado Latino will be inviting the community to celebrate and embrace our holiday. We request $8,000 to fulfill our vision of celebrating with students in our Santa Monica community in a manner that truly reflects the diversity of our culture. Thank you for your attention and consideration.
Thank you.
May you proceed?
Okay. Good afternoon, members of City Hall. Today, me and other members of Legado Latino have come to request funds for our Hispanic Heritage Month event. Every year on September 15th, our country recognizes the impact Hispanic culture has had on our nation. It is essential that we celebrate Hispanic culture, food, music, and history. To be able to go on and put on such an important event and make it possible to celebrate in our community, we will need to pay for food and entertainment, which will be possible with your help. That is why we are asking that City Hall creates a yearly fund for Legado Latino to be able to host such a wonderful event on our beautiful Samuel High campus. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening, members of City Hall. I'm Jonathan Granados. We would like to request that you take in consideration our Dia de los Muertos event, which Legado Latino plans to do. It would be a great opportunity for us to share a great Hispanic holiday with our fellow citizens of Santa Monica. Our event will be open to everyone, guaranteeing an amazing opportunity to provide a great Dia de los Muertos experience. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Denise Spartan?
Go ahead.
The visual. Cut it off.
Well, give me a second. That's as good as it's going to get because of the size, so I can scroll down.
You can scroll as I talk. Good evening. How sad I was to hear Chief Batista resigned, and I and many others hopes he reconsiders. But his comment of my deeply held sense of justice and following not only the spirit but the letter of the law appears to be at odds from the demands of the new administration is very disturbing and would mean safety is not going to be made any better, only worse. Or would the actions like these and the meme screen be contributing factors? The meme is titled, Dear President Trump, we really need your help because the charter city of Santa Monica, with the first frame being John Alley's Santa Monica is not safe sign. Then due to that, next frame, Santa Monica City Council, with the last frame saying, continuing to defund the police, with the latest action being putting a hiring freeze on 16 sworn officers. Thank you. And where's the one? And on the downtown Santa Monica Inc., I think you don't really think you should stay away from lobbyists, activists, corrupt former.
Thank you. Mary Waldhauser, and before Ms. Waldhauser speaks, I have John Medlin, Daniel Alonso, Lainey Morales, and B. Barbara Padilla. Oh, no, sorry, she's next. I was just calling the next name, sorry.
Give me a second, please. You may proceed.
My name is Mary Waldhauser. I used to live at 3005 Main Street, Apartment 101, Santa Monica. Back in November 2021, my car was parked on Pier and Main around 3:30. It's around Thanksgiving. I walked out, fancy black car was behind mine. I looked at the woman passenger, you have to move, I'm leaving, take my meter. I looked to see who was driving that fancy politician car. It was Clarence Thomas from the Supreme Court Justice of the United States. I thought, what's he doing here? No bodyguard, no entourage. There's an exchange done in front of my eyes. It's called drugs. And this guy put his terrorist on me in this country, starting with your city deputy attorney, Tom Hayden, made up a story on me, tried to put me in prison. This is for real. I don't even know what he looks like. No police report behind it. Santa Monica Police Department came at me, civilly harassed me in September 14th, 16th, 18th, and 22nd, and stuck me in a facility. Bye-bye, Never Neverland. I never get out. I put a petition with it, and I got out, and I became homeless. Fleetman in that building paid me $8,000 to get out. I'm going to sue the city. I'm coming after this district attorney, making up stories. I've never touched anybody in my life. Can't arrest me. He's a liar.
Thank you.
For real.
John Medlin?
How can I follow that?
I mean,
I don't think so.
I can think of a few ways.
All right. Yeah, so can I. Anyway, what's the number one priority in all government? Public safety. All right. So what did we do recently? Well, we had a gentleman in the police business for 40 years, been here 4 years. After 4 years, finally got the violent crime rate down. And yet, mirabile dictu, the new city manager here less than 3 months, with support, I'm sure, because I don't think any city manager is going to do it on his own, support from you guys said, let's get rid of this guy because we don't like what he does not disagree, he does not agree with what we think the police system should be in this city. So you get rid of a guy with 40 years that still have the problems here, but you have the answer. You defunded the police slightly because he wanted 4 people, you only did him 2. Ladies and gentlemen, please, public safety first, every single day. That's why we're losing people at the promenade. If you have a business, you're going to have to start here.
Thank you. Daniel Alonso.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. I am here on a very positive, and I'm inviting you all to, could you put the screen thing up? I wanted to personally invite you all to the Mexican present launch at the main library in Santa Monica on September 20th at 1 o'clock. I am very proud of this project. I am as proud of this project as the last day when I finished painting my mural of the whales on Ocean Park. I've worked for 2 years with an incredible team, Nina Fresco, Sharon Reyes, Lupe Castro. We've done all this work without any funding. We have gathered over 2,000 historical photographs that are now going to be archived and documented, and which is very, very proud. So I encourage you, please come learn about the untold history, the forgotten history of the Mexican presence in Santa Monica. We have a great presence here. We have always had a great presence here. And I just beam with pride to show you personally what we have done. So,
Thank you. Lainey Morales.
Good evening. I'm here to talk about the current Land Back and Reparation Task Force project that is being undergone by some members of the community. I believe the intention of this task force was to remedy past harms to all marginalized communities in the city of Santa Monica. This is based on numerous staff reports and the DEI plan that was submitted and adopted by the city. However, the task force has intentionally excluded our brown community. There's harms that they're referencing that were done to the black community that were also done to the brown community. And when you exclude one community and not the other, you have the potential for additional harm, which is the exact opposite of the intention of the task force. I am asking that the city pause this task force until we can go back to the drawing board and find a path forward that honors the intention of our diversity, equity, and inclusion plan and causes no further harm. Thank you.
Thank you. And before Ms. Padilla comes up, I have Gina DeBaca, Oscar De La Torre, Alex Aldana, and Maria Loya.
Good evening, City Council members. My name is B. Barba Padilla. I've been here a few times before, and I'm on the Education Subcommittee for the Task Force for Land Back and Reparations. I wanted to share with you a few concerns that I've had, and I've also reached out to all of you to see if I could sit and speak with you about some of the issues that we're having, including retention of our subcommittee members that mostly make up a large portion of our long-term residents, people of color, and working class people. We were not officially onboarded during this process, so there was no true onboarding of how the task force would operate. The way that the task force was advertised on the website and on the application was misleading. I myself have experienced exclusion from the action planning meetings that take place.
Thank you. Gina DeBaca.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, Gina DeVaca, longtime Santa Monica resident. I'm on the subcommittee for the Reparations Task Force. And so I'm here today so it's officially on the record so the City Council is aware that I'm used to going into boards and becoming part of task force and subcommittees with some type of infrastructure. There's nothing. There's no training, no infrastructure. And this task force is full of people that don't even live in Santa Monica. How did we create a task force for Santa Monica to give away our land and give away our money, but this task force is full of people that don't even live in Santa Monica? We have a lot of people that live in Santa Monica that are experts in different fields, very capable of being on this task force. So we need to look at this. The city council needs to look at this. You're going to have a reparations task force. Make sure it's Santa Monica residents are on that task force. I think the only people.
Thank you. Thank you. Former City Council Member Oscar De La Torre.
Good evening, everyone. Oscar De La Torre. I'm here as a representative of the Mexican American Policy and Advocacy Alliance here in Santa Monica. We are here to ask that you take leadership to ensure that the Mestizo, Mexicano, Mexican American, Chicano, Latino community is also included in the city's DEI reparations and land back task force, scope of work, and the DEI harms framework and report. The work of the DEI department is necessary. While on council, I supported this important work because I saw it as an opportunity to build bridges and promote healing. It saddens me to learn that our city staff is mismanaging the implementation of the goals we set forth in the original plan. This is a moment for our city to take responsibility for past injustices. Instead, I'm seeing that some are using the opportunity to promote an exclusive, self-serving agenda that is creating more division and more harm. We ask that you take immediate action to remedy this harm by halting any current work by the Reparations and Land Back Task Force and Harms Framework and the report until Mestizo, Mexicano, Mexican American, Chicano, Latino experience.
Thank you. Alex Aldana.
Thank you. Good evening, council members. I'm here in support of the Land Back and Reparations Task Force members that spoke earlier than me. And I wanted to bring up that, this has been not only a 2-year movement, but a 10-year movement. I believe it started with the reframing of the murals that we see outside of the council chambers on the first floor. So part of the Land Back and Reparation Committee was to look at what has been set forth in the DEI task force. In particular, we're excluding the Latino community thus far. So I wanted to bring to light that, we reinforced what the task force members brought to light earlier today, was that we need to be more inclusive, not just of some communities, but all communities, especially the second largest population in Santa Monica, which is the Latino community. So I hope that we all can support this issue. And also, I would like to invite you all to, thank you.
Where did you want to invite us, Alex?
We have, we're celebrating the 5th annual Hispanic Heritage Month car show at the Santa Monica Pier this Saturday. So let's
What time?
10 a.m. to 4 p.m.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. And before Ms. Loya comes up, I also have Samantha Mota, Glenn Furia, Dr. Elias Serna, and Jerry Rubin.
Is it on? Okay, all right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Maria Loya, and I'm here representing the Pico Neighborhood Association. By not including Mexican American, Chicano, Latino in the DEI scope of work, it reveals that the city that calls itself progressive has adopted an equity plan that erases Latino harms, offering silence where justice is demanded. The most telling omission is this: in the equity plan, Latino harms are not listed in the harms framework at all. The plan names harms to Black, Jewish, Indigenous, and Japanese American communities, but leaves ours unspoken. And unlike the formal apology already extended to the Black residents, no apology has ever been issued by this city to Mexican American, Chicano, Latino residents for displacement, repatriation, or inequities we continue to endure. The council must act now where others did not. Latino residents have been harmed, excluded, left unnamed, and left without an apology in your equity plan.
Thank you. Samantha Mota.
Okay. Hello, City Council, City staff, and community members. My name is Samantha Mota. I'm here to express my disappointment and shame with the current council for excluding Hispanics and Mexican Americans from the Land Back and Reparations Task Force because it perpetuates inequality by silencing and excluding, which reinforces existing power imbalances and prevents meaningful discourse. It also denies opportunities by excluding roles associated with our heritage. Furthermore, it causes psychological distress by the constant experience of being silenced or having one's experiences invalidated and excluded. Furthermore, it stifles innovation and understanding by limiting range of ideas for problem solving and decision making, and it contributes to cultural erasure. And that's all I have for today. But thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you. Glenn Faria.
My name is Glenn Faruya. I'm a Santa Monica community gardener on Main Street. I've been emailing the Santa Monica City Council for over 2 years, the same email regarding approving 3 years ago excessive Santa Monica garden fees in previous Santa Monica 2023 budget. Previously, I sent emails to Phil Brock and Kevin McEwen. Currently, I've been emailing Oliver Chi, Lana Negrete, Carolyn Torosis, and Santa Monica City Council members. They all have never responded to my multiple emails. I have attached the email with attachment showing where within the last 2023 budget the Santa Monica garden fee increases are shown on file 22823 fee study, pages 5766. The Santa Monica garden fees have increased during the last 3 years 50 to 100% for medium and large gardens. Small gardens have had no increases. My Santa Monica fee increased.
Thank you, Mr. Faria. Yeah, thank you. Dr. Elias Serna, and after Mr. Serna, I have Jerry Rubin. Is Dr. Elias here?
It's not me.
Okay.
Thank you very, very much, Mayor, council members, Jerry Rubin, Santa Monica. A couple of things. First of all, I would hope the City Council would honorably weigh in support of Prop 50. I think it's crucial. I know you can't endorse everything from state or federal, but this is just too important, and I hope you get it on the agenda and honorably, unanimously weigh in. The second thing is, gosh, I've been hearing stuff. We know we have challenges, and that's even more of a reason why we got to come together and be unified. It's the most important thing right now if we're going to make it. So I urge everyone to understand a couple things, and I agree with our new city manager, Chi, in the letter he wrote to one of the neighborhood groups, that he fervently believes, as I do, because I spoke with all of you, that you feel that public safety is the highest priority. Everyone.
Thank you, Jerry. Up next, I have Jonathan Foster, Andrew Hoyer, Nina Fresco, and Nikki Kohlhoff.
Hey, bums. Hi, abominators. You reprobates. Hi. Thought I'd come in and talk about the tribulation, but I wanted to say that Denise Barton Adams and another dude on the Waymo parking lot, the status change, all of a sudden you corrupt the thing that goes on in here. It's all corrupt. All of a sudden the switcheroo right at the end, and if somebody in Santa Monica gets fucking screwed. The tribulation, the deception, wars, rumors of wars, earthquakes, famines, pestilence, lawlessness is not the tribulation. That's what happens during the tribulation. That happens during the tribulation. Tribulation is when Ted Turner names his stadium not after Hank Aaron, is when Mount Rushmore, they do a tribulation to the presidents. Old Jer has trees growing to his once living wife, tribulation. Naming freeways after people or airports. This is the tribulation where they do tributes not to God, but to people. This is bullshit. And this is what.
Thank you, Mr. Foster. Andrew Hoyer.
All right. Good evening. My name is Andrew Hoyer. Mayor Negrete, I am here to tell you that I have been very impressed by you. When you were first selected to join this council, many people were wondering where your loyalties would be. But I think your actions since you were appointed have shown us all whose side you are on. You have shown the greatest concern for the generations of residents and businesses who already live here, as opposed to those who want to live here. You have shown the depth of your character throughout the entirety of your service on this council, and I hope you stay for as long as allowed by law. You have earned my sincere respect. For the rest of this body, you have been served with the same steaming platter the last council was left to feast upon. They hired the man who straightened out our police department, but apparently that wasn't sufficient for enough of the voters. Several city employees have just left.
Thank you, Mr. Hoyer. Thank you. Nina Fresco.
Good evening, everyone. When Danny Alonso spoke, I didn't see any of you pulling out your calendars, so I'm here to remind you again that the Mexican Presence in Santa Monica project is going to be part of the Santa Monica Public Library's Imagine Santa Monica collection. A fun and informative celebration hosted by our phenomenal librarians will be at the main library on Saturday, September 20th from 1 to 3 p.m. The Mexican Presence collection includes 22 video interviews with elders who represent Mexican families with long histories in the city. The collection also includes nearly 2,000 images from family albums that celebrate the cultural, religious, family, and business life unique to Mexican Santa Monica and that have never appeared in any archive before. Pioneering Mexican businesses are gone without a trace, religious and cultural traditions, and more ancestors than you can shake a stick at all come to life at the Mexican Presence collection. Come and see what it's all about.
September 20th, 1 to 3. Thank you. And after Ms. Kohlhoff, I've got Elizabeth Vanderborough.
Do we get 2 minutes since somebody didn't show up?
Matthew Oleknov, Lydia Ponce, and Lainey Zepeda.
Can you restart my time?
Oh, you're a duplicate? That's why I was asking that. So close when it's 26.
We are under the cutoff to cut everybody to a minute. So
Clerk, I'm not sure how that works. Okay.
Well, in that case, ironically, I came here to discuss feedback on your public comment procedures, as I am cut to 1 minute. What is the purpose of public comment? It's an opportunity for us to inform you, our representatives, how we feel. It's also an opportunity for informed civic discourse. Neither of these can happen under your new rules. Commenting before the staff report is presented and clarifying questions are asked means many public comments end up moot, so time is wasted and different points and issues could have been addressed. You cannot possibly recall all the comments from speakers many hours before an item is heard. Staff and council end up using their time instead to rebut, dismiss, and disparage the public. Furthermore, given the 6-minute cap per person, we wonder what the intent is of all the additional limitations. The elimination of time donation doesn't reduce speaking time. It just limits the number of full and thoughtful comments. Capping the items one may speak on in one section forces us to choose the worst item to speak on instead of making shorter comments on several items. And instructed by the clerk, all boards and commissions.
Thank you.
Processes that don't allow people to speak. So I don't know where you're getting your feedback in any.
Thank you. Elizabeth Vandenborough. Sorry, I'm going to get it right.
Vandenborough.
Vandenborough.
Good evening. My name's Elizabeth Vandenberg. I'm the chair of the Wilshire, Montana Neighborhood Coalition, also known as Wilmont. Speaking only for myself, Wilmont should continue to receive its grant and official recognition. When I read the July 2nd press release and the July 8th 16 item from Council members Hall, Raskin, and Tresoris, I was struck by the repeated suggestion that neighborhood groups may be misusing city funds. Let me be clear. Every year, Wilmont files a detailed accounting and signs on an agreement that not a single dollar of the $7,000 grant is used for politics. To apply otherwise without facts is deeply unfair. Diversity of neighborhood voices is what improves civic decision-making, not silencing us. Even the Atlantic magazine, the home of abundance movement, allowed Michael Solano of Pirates.Wirecom to write an article called Abundance Delusion and argued how the entire thing was doomed to failure in its magazine.
Thank you. Matthew Olignov, Lydia Ponce, and after Ms. Ponce, I have Lainey Zepeda, Sarah Marr, and John Cyrus Smith, and then Denise Neal.
Good evening. Check the box. Lydia Ponce, Venice, indigenous to this continent. Why don't you love us? Why don't you love all of us? Why is it that there's too few that you love? We're more than the combination plate in the margarita that you have on Taco Tuesday. We are lawyers. We are doctors. We are teachers. We are the people that you entrust your children to while our children stay home alone after school. The essential workers during COVID. Imagine the entire coast of California without us. These successful businesses within the coastal zone are due to the fact that we are employable because we belong to the culture of ni modo, whatever fashion. Tenemos que. We have to. We are resilient people. We are indigenous to this continent. And the new line across that border between Mexico and United States is a medicine line. It takes a lot of medicine to cross. So what is this council?
Thank you.
To help the people? The federal government is on our heads.
Thank you. Lainey Zepeda? Okay, sorry.
Mary, did you call Matthew?
I did.
Okay.
And Sarah Marr, John Cyrus Smith.
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, before John Cyrus Smith and Denise Neal, there's actually a phone caller. These two people in person are late, so I'd rather
Okay.
hear the phone caller first and then council.
I'm going
will
to take
need
the
to
phone
vote.
call first, John.
Edgar, we're ready to bring in the caller. I'm sorry, did Sarah Mahir come up?
Who? Sarah did not. Sarah Marr?
Sarah Mahir?
Sarah Mahir, sorry. Are there people out in the lobby or no?
Sarah Mahir, sorry. Are there people out in the lobby or no?
Oh, delay. Edgar, we're ready for the phone caller.
Hi, good afternoon, council members and mayor. Ms. Croner, please lower your volume down for your TV or your YouTube.
Edgar, we're ready for the phone caller.
Okay.
Okay, your
You
1
may
minute
proceed.
starts now.
Ms. Croner, you may
I'm
begin.
sorry. Am I?
Yes, we
Okay,
can.
thank you. Last session, the city council, of course not Lana, voted to pass an emergency interim zoning ordinance. Emergency ordinances are only meant to address a current and immediate threat to the public health, safety, and general welfare of the citizens. I think you guys are testing the law here, and it really scares me. I implore you to rescind this emergency declaration. Do not bypass important public debate that such drastic change deserves. We have over 2,000 empty apartments. Yes, sure, some are shell investments. We all know that. But you could, for instance, charge vacancy fees on these, but you choose not to. And so for this and other reasons, this zoning ordinance seems to be a trumped-up emergency. I'm worried this could lead to lawsuits against the city, and residents will be burdened. Tenants are going to forever lose their affordable homes. I'm also concerned that our good and decent city attorneys could be disbarred by being forced by city council members to declare false emergencies. This trumped-up emergency will mostly benefit developers and strain our infrastructure. Who's going to pay for the water, safety, power grids? We need to work that out, not the developers.
Thank you, Ms. Croner.
All right, so the last two speakers are John Cyrus and Denise Neal, but they were late, so council will need to vote to hear them.
All in favor to hear
A
the last
motion,
two
we need to-
speakers? I'm
I'll move to open up for
I'll
the speakers.
second it.
moved by Councilmember Raskin, seconded by Snell. All in favor?
We got to do a vote, roll call.
Okay. Oh, that's right.
Councilmembers Wick,
Yes.
Councilmember Hall,
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Terosis,
Yes.
Councilmember Snell,
Yes.
Councilmember Zaretskaya,
Yes.
and Mayor Negrete.
Yes. Okay. Now we're ready for you.
Good evening, Council, Mayor.
Your
welcome,
mic's
Mr.
not
Chi.
on. Oh, there we go.
All right, so good evening, everybody. Welcome, Mr. Chi. John Cyrus Smith, Recreation and Parks Commissioner and a member of the Wilshire, Montana Neighborhood Coalition. I'm here tonight because 3 weeks from tonight, on September 30th, members of this council are going to try to kill funding for Wilmot and other neighborhood groups. They want to punish 5 groups for the actions of 1. That's pure partisan politics, just like Trump. You're attacking groups you don't like, just like Trump. You're defunding groups you sometimes disagree with, just like Trump. Some on this council talk about DEI like they invented it, but they publicly and privately are chastising many of us older residents as blue hairs, white, NIMBY, and sometimes even racist. You're wrong, and you should be ashamed, but you're not, just like Trump. And I think that cutting us to 1 minute every single time I come here now is unfair, and you guys got to really work to revamp this schedule, because it's unfair for people to come down here and get 1 minute of time to tell you how they feel. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Denise Neal.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Council members, and community at large. Denise Neal, former Disabilities Commissioner for the City of Santa Monica. I am here in support of my Latino community members. As a person of multinational heritage, también soy trinitense y hablo español. I understand what it's like to be marginalized. And the Latino community, which I served as a commissioner, has lots of issues right now, lots of challenges that are being faced, but they are a foundational group in this area and did help found the city. Please, in honor of their Mexican presence presentation upcoming, include not only the Mexican community, but the Latino community, as diverse as it is. Please remember us in representation and make representation equitable, fair, and honorable. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, that concludes public input for this evening. We'll now move on to the special agenda items, but item 2A, commendation for Santa Monica Little League All-Star Baseball Team.
Hey, all right. So let's see. I know our Little League is here. If you guys want to come up to the front, we'll read the commendation, and then we're going to come and take a picture with you. Okay, so this commendation is presented to this 12U All-Star team, whereas the Santa Monica Little League 12U All-Star team has made history with a record-breaking season achieving milestones never before reached in the league's 75-year history. And whereas this extraordinary group of athletes are the first team in league history to win their district as 10U, 11U, and 12U baseball all-stars, demonstrating consistency, perseverance, and excellence over multiple seasons. And whereas the 12U All-Star further cemented their legacy by becoming the first team in league history to capture both the district and section championships as 12U All-Stars, a remarkable accomplishment that reflects their teamwork, dedication, and love of the game. And whereas their historic victories are a source of pride and inspiration for the Santa Monica Little League community, their families, and the city of Santa Monica, embodying the values of sportsmanship, resilience, and community spirit. Now, therefore, I, Lana Negrete, the mayor of Santa Monica, on behalf of the members of the City Council, do hereby commend Santa Monica Little League 12U All-Star Team for their historic championship accomplishments and extends heartfelt congratulations to all the players, coaches, and families who contributed to this extraordinary achievement. Woo. Don't leave. We're going to come take a picture. I just want to say thank you guys for making Santa Monica proud and putting us on the map.
Okay, so the next item is item 2B, recognition of outgoing board and commission members. So on behalf of the City of Santa Monica, the City Council, in coordination with the Office of the City Clerk, would like to extend their appreciation and well wishes to the following members who completed their service to a board, commission, or task force between November 1st, 2024 and June 30, 2025. Unfortunately, some of the former members are unable to join us tonight. However, we will recognize everyone. Those of you in attendance, please come forward when your name is called to receive your certificate and gift from the mayor, and remain in the well so that we can take a group photo at the end. First is Michael James Masucci, Charles Whitaker, Sammy Ross Romani, Lori Yahia, Okay. And then I'm just going to call the rest of the names. Peter Teague, Mark Verville, Daniel Jensensen, Dominic Gomez, Michelle Gray, Teresa Marasco, Gloria Garvin, Suzanne Barron, Samuel Tolkien, George Centeno, Dante Harrington, Lori Brown, and Andrew Gomez. Did you want to do one group picture or do? Yeah. We're going to do a group photo if everyone wants. I forget his name. And then the guy right there. The next item is item 2C, Proclamation for Transportation Demand Management Week and the Week Without Driving.
Okay. So if we could have Kate Edgerly and Barbara Jacobson come up. Hi. Did you guys, well, I'll read the commendation if you guys want to say something. Whereas the City of Santa Monica adopted the Transportation Demand Management Ordinance in November 1991 and committed to reducing air pollution, preventing harm to the natural environment and human health, and creating a safer, less congested infrastructure to improve the quality of life for its residents and visitors alike. Whereas Santa Monica's longstanding TDM policy promotes behavioral change by showcasing the many sustainable transportation options available to residents, visitors, and employees for getting around the city for over 30 years. Santa Monica has been a leader in TDM, working closely with regional partners to remain at the forefront of emerging policy initiatives. And whereas reliable and safe public transportation access and multimodal mobility options are essential for cultivating a healthy, safe, and connected community for Santa Monicans to live, work, and play. And whereas all members of the Santa Monica community, including residents, visitors, local organizations, businesses, schools, and the city, must recognize their impact on the environment, economy, and social well-being. Everyone has a responsibility to help reduce the use and space taken up by single occupancy vehicles and to actively support the ongoing shift toward regular use of more sustainable multimodal transportation options. And whereas spending a week without driving is an effective way to highlight opportunities for improving transportation, connectivity, and access in Santa Monica and throughout the greater Los Angeles region, helping us better understand how to meet the mobility needs of our community, bringing attention to transportation, demand management, land use, and sustainable transportation options. And whereas TDM Week and Week Without Driving will be opportunities for the city to educate and engage the community on sustainable transportation options, promote the use of Santa Monica's multimodal network, and reduce reliance on single occupancy vehicle trips. The initiatives aim to lower vehicle emissions, inspire behavior change, and support a healthier environment, a stronger local economy, and a safer, more equitable community for all. Now, therefore, I, Lana Negrete, the Mayor of Santa Monica, on behalf of the members of the City Council, do hereby proclaim the week of September 15th through the 19th as Transportation Demand Management Week, and the week of September 29th through October 5th, 2025, as the Week Without Driving in the City of Santa Monica. Encourage everyone to do their part to reduce emissions and congestion. Ooh, that was long. Yeah. Thank you.
Yes. So hello, my name is Kate Edgerly, and I'm a transportation management coordinator on the transportation demand management team, joined with Barbara Jacobson. She's our TDM program manager. I just wanted to highlight September and October are exciting months to celebrate safe, equitable, and sustainable alternatives to driving. As Lana just went through, the mayor just went through, the proclamation highlights 2 upcoming weeks, TN Week and the Week Without Driving. And we want to thank the mayor and city council for recognizing these 2 important and exciting upcoming weeks.
Thank you. All right, we're going to come take some photos. Yeah, right? Yeah.
Item 2D, Suicide Prevention Week.
If we could have the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention board member and Santa Monica Walk co-chair Stasha Moore-Pavich to accept the commendation. Did I say your name correctly?
It's Stisha.
Stisha, sorry. I was going to do that, but
Everyone
one E, I wasn't sure. So this proclamation is in recognition of Suicide Prevention Month, and here we go. Whereas over 90% of the people who die by suicide have a diagnosable and potentially treatable mental health condition, although often that condition is not recognized or treated. And whereas the burden of suicide is estimated to cost over $510 billion in medical, work loss, value of statistical life, and quality of life costs nationally by the CDC. And whereas the negative attitudes associated with mental health conditions and suicidal thoughts and behaviors work against suicide prevention by discouraging persons at risk for suicide from seeking life-saving help, and further traumatizes survivors of suicide loss and people with lived experience of suicide. And whereas if someone can get through the intense and short moment of an active suicidal crisis, they are unlikely to ultimately die from suicide. And whereas asking someone directly if they're thinking about suicide will not put the idea in their head, and most will be relieved someone started a conversation. And whereas most people who survive a suicide attempt, which is 85 to 95%, go on to engage in life. And whereas everyone has a role to play in preventing suicide and can learn suicide risks and warning signs and encourage those who struggle to seek help. Now, therefore, I, Lana Negrete, the Mayor of Santa Monica, on behalf of the City Council, do hereby proclaim the month of September 2025 as Suicide Prevention Month. Thank you.
Thank you so much. On behalf of the Greater Los Angeles chapter for the American Foundation of Suicide Prevention, I'd like to thank Santa Monica City Council for this proclamation. Proclamations like this tell survivors and loss survivors that you care. It tells them that you care about their loved ones, you care about them, and you are in the fight with us to help prevent more lives from being lost. Continue speaking about suicide prevention and checking in on all of your people. Lastly, I invite you all and all of Santa Monica that is watching online to please join us on the pier October 18th at 9 a.m. for the Santa Monica Out of the Darkness Walk. While our main goal there is to raise money for prevention research and training programs for the Los Angeles community, you will also find over 1,500 people in community in search of resources and in support of anyone affected. Can't wait to see you all there, and thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yes. Okay.
T-shirts from the event.
Okay, we'll now move on to public input for items under consent calendar and closed session only. Public input is not permitted on ordinances for second reading and adoption. And we have 8 speakers for this item, and the last speaker registered is Denise Neal.
Okay, and just to verify, they have 2 minutes?
That's correct. Unless they're speaking on one item, then they get 4.
Okay, so I have Daniel Gregory, Denise Spartan, Judith Serlin, and John Medlin.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. One speaking, so I believe I have 4 minutes. Good evening, Mayor and council members. I am Daniel Gregory, owner of the Ocean Lodge Hotel. My family sold our first room here in 1958, and I have watched Santa Monica rise and now stumble. I speak tonight for long-standing residents and businesses who demand accountability. The city is declaring a fiscal emergency with a $10.8 million shortfall and hundreds of millions already lost to lawsuits. But the deeper problem is not numbers, it is mismanagement. Time and again, funds are awarded to NGOs and contractors with little or no results. There is no reliable audit trail, no public verification, and no accountability. 70% of police calls involve homelessness. Instead of enforcement or treatment, the city enables the problem, distributing paraphernalia, tolerating open use in park, and refusing to demand responsibility. This is not compassion, it is surrender, and it drains our budget and destroys our public safety. You are not qualified to impose new taxes on fees when you cannot account for the dollars you already control. Before any emergency powers or new revenue measures, we demand a full independent forensic audit of all city finances and NGO contracts, publications of every dollar spent and the outcomes delivered, a freeze on new revenue measures until the audit is complete. No more blank checks, no more emergencies without proof, audit, disclosures, and then act. Only then can residents believe this city is solvent again. We also need a genuine independent financial oversight committee, not another rubber stamp panel. Residents and business owners must see exactly how dollars are allocated, who gets the contracts, and what the outcomes are achieved. Without this, any new money you collect will go the same way the last money went, wasted and gone. This council cannot solve a fiscal crisis by declaring an emergency and raising revenue. You must first take responsibility for decades of failed spending, stop the cycle of waste, and prove to the residents that you serve that accountability comes first. I know many residents in this chamber tonight share these concerns, and I ask the council to hear us clearly. Thank you, Daniel Gregory.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Denise Spartan.
Good evening. On item 4R, you continue to declare a state of emergency regarding the homeless, yet you keep throwing tens of millions of dollars to do the same thing, expecting something different, which is crazy with no accountability. Then on the issue of safety and the homeless, your homeless court, the revolving door of justice to keep the homeless criminals, many repeat offenders, safe from criminal prosecution, shows you are putting residents and tourists as prey for the criminals you're representing. Next, item 4S on how you spend taxpayer funds like drunken sailors on yourselves and your special interests instead of getting the city back on its feet economically. You say the city is a tourist-driven economy, but if tourists are cutting their trips short due to crime and the homeless, how can that be? You pay back restricted funds only to dip back into them for overpriced DEI city employees who work from home, not really serving the public. Or what about our new city manager, Oliver Chi, who brings unethical baggage from every other city he worked in? So how much is he going to cost the taxpayers? Again, the formula for economic success: hire more police, enforce the law, make the city safe, which will bring new businesses, resulting in more visitors and tourists, which equals more tax revenue for the city. So by defunding the police, you've created the financial crisis. Thank you.
Ms. Barton, were you also speaking on the closed session item?
What?
On the special agenda, the closed session item?
Yeah.
Okay.
You have to give me a second to find it, though, because I didn't know. Okay. Good evening. On the special closed session item, I think you should put back all of the downtown Santa Monica Inc. board members you removed for the emergency, which was never really identified by Councilmember Barry Smell. According to Downtown Santa Monica the Downtown Santa Monica Stakeholders Board was working very well before Barry Snell's action of replacing them with activists, lobbyists, corrupt former politicians, and city employees. Because isn't Elaine Polachek still a part-time city employee? By the action, would you be trying to stack employees on the DTSM board, considering Susan Klein is the city manager's representative on the DTS board, even though she doesn't seem to understand what her position entails? So for all these reasons, I ask you to avoid future litigation on this issue and reappoint the Downtown Santa Monica board members you removed, and cancel the later item to appoint new board members. And if boards and commissions are supposed to be advisory to the council, what do you not like hearing the truth? Because by appointing new board members to the TTSM who go along with the city council's agenda, aren't you losing a valuable input from the stakeholders who have to operate in the environment downtown you've created? Thank you.
Thank you. Judith Serlin?
Hi. I'm Judith Serlin from Teamsters. I returned from a long-needed vacation to answer questions about layoffs, about job security, about the Santa Monica's fiscal emergency, not the way you want to start a day after you just returned from vacation. People were scared of losing their jobs. They were scared of having their wages cut. They were scared because that's the atmosphere out there right now. And that's something that I do. I ask you guys to be careful of what you say, because that has an impact. So be careful of how you phrase things. Teamsters is very proud of the gains we made in our contract, and we urge you to remember that with the hiring freeze that you've implemented, people are working harder than ever, doing their own job and the work of a missing colleague. Remember, be careful again of what you say, because it has an impact. Teamsters ask that you look back at what we said during contract negotiations, invest in the city worker, and you will invest in the city of Santa Monica. A lot of changes that are going to be afoot. We just ask you to pay attention to that.
Thank you. John Medlin. And after Mr. Medlin, I have Nikki Kohlhoff, Angela Scott, Sarah Mahir, and Denise Neal.
I first lived here in May of 1967. That's 58 years ago. I've been living here this time for almost 30 consecutive years. You guys are faced with hard choices. You cannot win. Whatever you do, somebody's going to curse at you, say you're whatever. Like the young lady said earlier tonight, we don't need to be vulgar. That's disgusting and inappropriate. How do you make your decisions? Do you make the decision because it helps you in the next election? Do you make the decision because what's going to happen in 4 years? We've all been here. Some of us have been here a lot longer than many of you people on your dais. And some of you were born and raised here. I respect you for doing that. But again, I've been in the financial world for almost 50 years. What's the first thing you do when you're faced with a shortfall? You don't spend any more. You shut off spending. You do not increase anything. You have requirements, legal requirements, which prohibit you from doing that in some cases. But let's just you have to show an example. Is it nice if you want to not spend $8,000 on those young kids who came up here today? Would that be really, would people like that? Probably not. But when you're broke, you're broke. Please, you have hard decisions to make. You're going to lose. Know that going in. You will lose. But put the long-term values of what this city has represented for 150 years. This is a unique place. I've lived in different places in the world. This is truly unique. Do not continue to let it deteriorate. Public safety is not a joke. It costs money. Please, please, please look at the long-term value of what we are and what you guys are trying to do. You put in long hours for minimal pay and have to read in tons of work. But again, please put the long-term value of what we are. We have to get out of the hole. Please do not spend any more money than absolutely necessary.
Thank you. Nikki Kohlhoff.
Well, it's not. Okay. I oppose the declaration of fiscal distress. First, a declaration of fiscal distress is an inappropriate thing to agendize as a consent item, which means council and staff have decided it's a matter with no need for presentation of a staff report, clarifying questions for council, or public discussion by council. Second, the fiscal distress is council's own creation, resulting from discretionary expenditures the city council chose to make and continues to make regarding the Euler molestation case. To be clear, all victims should be compensated, but we don't know who is entitled to compensation because the city has settled for lump sums without question the entire time. We're told the city was advised the first $34 million would resolve all claims, so they paid. That advice turned out to be incorrect, but instead of pushing back on future claims, the city keeps paying up to $229 million now with another 180 alleged victims to go. This is fiscally irresponsible. While paying a lump sum may result in a lower aggregate amount paid, it hits the city all at once, compromising fiscal solvency and the ability to provide basic services. The city should have paid higher amounts spread over time to avoid the fiscal distress they chose. We don't know that all 300 claims are entitled to 1 million payouts each. If they're legitimate claims, surely that merits a full public investigation of how our system failed these children to ensure it never happens again. And if they aren't legitimate, as city staff and council have recently been vocalizing, then illegitimate claims shouldn't be paid. Yet the city continues to pay without question. Why? We're left to conclude that the city continues to pay in order to avoid a public investigation and release of existing reports we believe exist of the underlying crimes and also who in the city knew about it and did nothing to protect the children. Who are city council and staff risking city solvency to protect? The residents are entitled to a full public investigation of the circumstances that brought us to this precipice, not continued payouts for silence.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Angela Scott, and then after Ms. Scott, again, I have Sarah Mahir and Denise Neal.
Good afternoon, rather good evening, City Council members, City staff, City Manager. I believe that we should be, and I'm speaking on item 4S, I believe that we should become creative with revenue growth while still maintaining an equity lens. One emerging opportunity is the reimplementation of corporate apartment lease support. Having personally commuted my first couple of years when I obtained a job out here, it was a 90-minute commute each way, and I know colleagues that still do a 2-hour commute. So if we look at this corporate lease agreement, and I think that's a great opportunity. We should explore public-private partnerships with corporate housing operators such as Blue Ground, Sonder, Oakwood to activate vacant or underutilized rental stock for short-term to medium-term corporate tenants. The key elements include, like, the city negotiates revenue-sharing agreements with private operators who manage corporate lease programs. Participating property owners gain stable tenancy through block leases while the city collects lease margin revenue and or per-unit fees. The fiscal benefits, an estimated contribution of from $2 to $5 million annually, depending on unit availability and demand. Economic spillover. Corporate tenants will spend locally, indirect boosting sales and tax revenue. Low overhead. By partnering with established operators, the city avoids direct lease risk and operational costs and their housing protections. The program must not divert units designated for affordable housing or long-term residence, but instead, a portion of generated funds should be earmarked for affordable housing trust funds, homelessness prevention, or renter stabilization to balance equity concerns. Recommended next steps. Why not do a feasibility study? Direct staff to analyze corporate lease demand, available housing stock, and revenue projections, and also launch a small-scale program to test the market, fiscal yield, and community response. Again, reintroducing corporate apartment lease partnerships presents a viable pathway to generate supplemental revenue for Santa Monica without raising taxes. If structured thoughtfully, this initiative can address fiscal distress while reinforcing the city's commitment to housing equity and economic resilience. Thank you.
Thank you. It looks like Ms. Neal left, Ms. Neal, and Sarah Mahir is not here, correct? So, no, Denise Neal.
Good evening again, Honorable Mayor, City Council members, and community at large. My name is Denise Neal, and this is my business partner, my brother DeAndre Neal, my business strategist and finder consultant for a $1 trillion hedge fund, U.S. Asia Business Forum, U.S. Global Business Forum. They're watching right now as we speak. We had a 3-day symposium in which we were honored for our tireless work and efforts to get proper funding to entities in distress. They're seeking to help you build out and develop the Santa Monica Airport, the Rand Building, Santa Monica Place, and the Sears Building for law enforcement and first responder space in preparation for FIFA World Cup, the Super Bowl, and the Olympics coming between 2026 and 2028. They're ready to drop $30 million on the airport alone right now. And they have lots of strategic vision and would like to work with you. They are seeking to forge a relationship and would like to, help with the infrastructure needed to pull Santa Monica out of this financial crisis. Please let us know when you're willing to meet with the power players. They actually have White House representatives that will be on the Olympic committees. And we can also reach out to our president for the infrastructure that he would like to bring to the area. He's bringing funding as well. That will be the president we currently have, our sitting president. So between the $1 trillion hedge fund and our presidency, we have the wherewithal and the funding to pull you out of this difficult situation.
Thank you, Ms. Neal. I think that adjourns this portion of the public comment.
That is correct. We'll now move on to the consent calendar. All items will be considered and approved in one motion unless removed by a council member present for discussion. In accordance with Charter Section 615, the adoption of all ordinances and resolutions shall be by reading of title only unless a council member present dissents. No public discussion is permitted on ordinances for second reading and adoption. And Councilmember Hall, you've requested to remove item 4M to recuse yourself, and I have a note that someone pulling 4S. It was Councilmember Hall, but
I'm pulling 4S. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So can we vote on the other items and then Councilmember Hall can recuse himself?
Yes. Oh, sorry.
Once a motion is made on the remaining items, we have typographical errors we would like to read into the record.
Okay.
Okay, so yes, a motion to vote on everything except for 4M and 4S.
Can someone make that?
I'll make a motion that we approve the consent calendar with the exception of 4M and 4S, subject to the typographical corrections.
I'll second.
Motion made by Councilmember Raskin, seconded by Councilmember Snell.
Councilmember Zernit-Sky?
Yes.
Councilmember Snell?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Terosis?
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin?
Yes.
Councilmember Hall?
Yes.
Councilmember Zwick?
Yes.
And Mayor Negrete?
Yes. And so we can pull item 4S first so that Councilmember Hall can be present for that.
Yeah, we can do that one first. Or we can, either one.
Sorry. Well, you want to read through the typographical corrections?
Just briefly, thank you. So there are two typographical errors. One on item 4N, attachment A, page 1, in the second to last recital, and on item 4O, page 2 of attachment A in the first recital. In both instances, it should read the north side of Broadway rather than the east side of Broadway.
N as in Nancy, correct?
Yes, N as in Nancy. Thank
Okay.
you.
So we're going to do 4S first?
Yes.
Item 4S, adoption of resolution outlining the city's current fiscal distress.
I would like to ask if possible, I think it's important to pull it so that the community can understand exactly what we're doing. And if, City Manager, you would indulge us in just a brief explanation if we have questions.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, would be happy to do so and appreciate the opportunity to share some background information related to this particular item. We have a brief presentation we prepared, and as that presentation is getting pulled up, I begin by articulating that the financial situation the city is dealing with is certainly serious. This council wrestled with really important decisions during our most recent budgetary discussions just a few months ago, and the resolution that's before the council tonight really is intended to articulate and capture in one place all of the different challenges the city is facing from a financial situation. I do apologize that we put this matter on consent. This is my oversight in that we really observed this particular resolution not as a way to solve for the problem. It's one of the tools that we're developing as part of a larger citywide game plan to address the overall fiscal situation and a realignment of city operations to really be able to do several things. One, create better organizational health within the city operation, which is desperately needed if we want to increase capacity. I've heard a lot of folks say we need more staff, we need more police officers, we need more resources. All of that is true, but the reality is that no matter how many resources we have, no matter how many police officers we have, no matter how much we have here in the city, there's always going to be a need for more. What we need to try to figure out is how do we utilize the resources that we do have in the best way possible now while we develop a larger plan moving forward to make sure that we can expand on our safe and clean operation here in town to facilitate economic growth. That overarching plan is coming forward for council and community review in October. As part of that plan, there are multiple different strategies and tools that we're looking to incorporate. And this resolution's actually that. It's intended to be a tool that we wanted to utilize as part of the broader strategy we're developing. I know there is a presentation. We're waiting to pull it up.
While we're waiting for it, can I ask two clarifying questions?
Certainly.
One, there is language in there that says emergency mixed in, even though the resolution is a financial distress resolution. Can we make sure that we clean that up so that the word financial emergency is not in there?
Absolutely, and that's my oversight, my mistake. As we were drafting the resolution and the staff report, we articulated this as a resolution of fiscal distress, really because we are in a situation that is distressful. When we're talking about a fiscal emergency that triggers other issues, and there's a state government code that articulates different issues related to that fiscal emergency, that is not what we're doing tonight. I actually sent a note out to our staff apologizing if we caused any concern as related to what the intention was. I should have done a little bit better job messaging on all of the different considerations related to why this is in place. But let me provide a little bit of background. If we go to the first slide. Ultimately, why? Why are we outlining the local fiscal distress? As I mentioned, we're developing a variety of strategies to implement into a larger plan to achieve realignment throughout the city, which includes fixing our financial situation. We have to get that under control. Really, since COVID, we've been operating in a position where we're every single year scrounging, trying to figure out what are we going to do this year? What are we going to cut this year? How are we going to pull from reserves to balance the budget this year? We can't operate an organization in that manner. There's no stability there. This resolution that we developed is a tool because as part of the larger strategy we're developing, it will involve interfacing with regulatory agencies. It will involve interfacing with other governmental entities like the state of California and the federal government. It does involve tools, grant funding opportunities that we're also pursuing. But in order to effectively achieve the execution of those strategies, we need to articulate to regulatory agencies, governmental entities, what's the current situation we're dealing with. And that's really what this resolution was intended to do, encapsulate the conversations that have happened over the last couple of months, put it all in one place so that as we're interfacing with different groups in different jurisdictions, we can really readily share, here's the circumstance we're dealing with. And in fact, this particular effort's already aided us in articulating to different entities as we've looked to try to address issues related to ongoing liabilities, related to the Euler situation we're dealing with. Really, that's the reason we prepared this. It's a tool for us to use to execute the larger strategy we're looking to implement, details of which are coming in the next couple weeks. If we go to the next slide. The causes of the distress really are outlined in the proposed resolution, and none of this is new information to the City Council or to the community. Really, if you go back to 2018 when the Euler situation first occurred, and then move forward into 2020 when COVID just decimated the local economy here in Santa Monica, we've been implementing various strategies to address the decrease in revenues that we've seen. In 2020, we laid off over 400 people in a process that still causes trauma within our organization to this day. We've seen our revenues decline, and current projections show that for a variety of factors, macroeconomic factors, federal government intervention, travel patterns, our sales tax and TOT revenues appear to be trending the wrong way. How do we encapsulate all of that, understand what our revenue streams look like, put a plan together moving forward? We have to acknowledge decreased revenues are definitely part of the situation that we have to contend with. The other issue we have to contend with is this increase in liabilities. The city of Santa Monica has been used to having $300 to $400 million in cash on hand at any given time. That situation has totally changed since we've had to pay out $229 million to date to address the settlement issues related to the sexual abuse claims here in the city. Now, are there different ways we could have approached that issue? I've heard comments on, are we handling it the right way? Certainly there's hindsight, can offer different perspectives, but I do think we're approaching the issues in the most expedient manner possible. And we're currently involved, as the council knows, in a fifth round of settlement discussions involving over 180 additional claimants. We have to find a way to cut off that liability, or ultimately the cash position that we're in will continue to deteriorate. Really, right now, we've gone from having $300 to $400 million in cash to a situation now where the city has $150 million in cash, with 60 million of that having been set aside by this council during our most recent budget session to really stabilize the financial operations of the city over the next couple of years. It's really a fairly dire situation, certainly, that we're dealing with. But there's a few considerations I want to make sure that we articulate. The issue is serious, but as I've worked with our executive team, as we've assessed what's viable and possible, what strategies are achievable, I am absolutely optimistic we're going to figure out a solution moving forward. That is the goal that we have, and I wouldn't articulate confidence that we could reach that milestone if I didn't believe through the work of our people, all of that, getting to a place of financial security would be possible. And that's why this resolution that's before you wasn't set up as a resolution of fiscal emergency. That's why it wasn't located on the open session agenda, why we placed it on the consent calendar. Really, it's because this resolution doesn't practically do anything except articulate what we've been talking about over the last couple of months already. This resolution does not reduce city services, does not cut staffing, it does not grant any emergency powers, it does not declare a fiscal emergency as defined by the state government code, because we don't believe that's those are necessary steps. I don't believe those are necessary steps for us to take. Again, I sent a note out to our staff earlier this afternoon apologizing. I know all of the things that we've been through as an organization, as a community in the last couple of years have created this sense of instability. And I should have messaged this better to the council, community, and our organization before placing this on the agenda. But I want to just emphasize the resolution was placed on the consent calendar really because it's a tool for us to use in executing the broader strategy that we're currently developing. If we go to the final slide, ultimately, what are we doing next? Moving forward, this overall budgetary stabilization plan and a city realignment plan are getting worked through. We're going to be presenting that for council consideration in late October. And ultimately, again, while the situation is real, the circumstances are massively consequential. Decisions that we as a staff have to assess and recommend to the council, the decisions this council have to make are absolutely serious. I am exceedingly optimistic we're going to figure out a pathway forward together. And with that, the council has any questions, we're happy to address those at this time.
Councilmember Snell.
First of all, I want to thank you, City Manager, for putting this on. My one question is, with this resolution, how does it affect our bond rating, if it does at all? And have you talked with our bond folks?
We have. Prior to developing and publishing this resolution, we connected with our bond counsel. This particular resolution, again, because it is just stipulating what we've articulated through various public disclosures through the budget process. There's no new information here. It will not impact and did not require any disclosure as it relates to any of our bondholders moving forward.
Any other questions? Councilmember Hall.
Thank you, Mayor. In your presentation, City Manager, you discussed how this might affect potential regulatory relief. Can you share any details that this tool, this resolution, could help us with?
Yeah, certainly. There are multiple agencies that we have to interface with as it relates to a variety of different factors, especially for Santa Monica being a coastal city. Interfacing with the Coastal Commission is one of the challenges that we have to work through constantly. Identifying the fiscal situation that we're confronted with certainly helps with that regulatory process as we're looking at various strategies to implement to address our budgetary situation. Other regulatory issues we're dealing with relate to issues that our city attorney's office is dealing with. There are a number of different strategies that we're trying to identify to limit future liability across a variety of different circumstances that have regulatory agency impacts. This goes to help. This really is a tool that's going to help us articulate why we need that regulatory relief moving forward.
Councilmember, Mayor Pro Tem Terosas.
Hi, thank you so much. City Manager Chi, if we don't take this action, what negative consequences could you forecast happening?
Ultimately, there are no negative consequences from not taking this action. The council chooses not to adopt a resolution of distress. There's distress, fiscal distress. It doesn't necessarily impact us one way or another because, again, this is a resolution that's really trying to encapsulate all of the facts and data related to our budgetary situation as it exists today. What I will articulate, though, is it would be helpful for us as we're approaching regulatory agencies, other governmental entities, and grant funding opportunities to not have to consistently recreate a record that every single time articulates the same thing. We have a financial situation that we're working to address. There are various factors that are impacting our current financial situation. Here it all is in one document that we can all agree on, that we've identified as being the current circumstance we're dealing with.
And would you say that a large portion of what we're dealing with, although not attributable to one factor, could be potentially a result of the Euler litigation that's currently ongoing?
Absolutely. And I see our interim city attorney looking to weigh in on this matter.
Sure. So I do think agree that there are many factors at play here, and the city is working to approach the Euler situation as taking it as seriously as possible from all the other angles, and this would help. A declaration from the council of the financial distress would help us communicate out as we continue through the process.
And I understand that there's legislation pending in the California legislature that may or may not help the situation. How critical is that to a path forward here?
I would articulate that that's a massively important issue. Mayor Pro Tem Terosis, there is legislation currently pending in Sacramento that potentially would benefit the city moving forward as it relates to ongoing future liability. What I would share with the council is the last couple of days since the agenda has been published, our legislators have really looked at media reports articulating this issue and have gone to bat saying, wow, the situation in Santa Monica appears to be more serious than maybe any of us recognized. And it's really helped us articulate the situation to folks that may not be here every day, living the reality we're living, to really say, Santa Monica's really done its part to try to solve for and address issues that victims have experienced. But moving forward, the fact that we've been through 4 rounds of settlement, we're into a 5th round now, 4 rounds of settlement with over 220 folks that have been part of those settlements. Now there's an additional 180 plus individuals who are claiming and looking for additional consideration in this process. The media coverage has actually 100% helped us be able to tell the story of what we've been going through the last couple of years. Again, furthering the point, this is a tool for us to articulate what's happening right now.
Thanks. And just to confirm, we are not planning to lay off any city staff.
No, that is not what's on the agenda at all. Again, any consideration or concern or consternation we've caused by not properly articulating the reason for this, that's my responsibility and my fault. We are not looking to lay off staff. This is not a resolution that's intended to address any type of cuts. Again, it's a tool that we're using as part of the larger budgetary strategy that we're working to institute. More to come in October.
Okay, thanks. I don't have any other questions, but I just have a brief comment after.
Thank you. I just wanted to recap, and that was great, and I think it was pretty much spelled out, but just to make sure we are very clear, it's to communicate just plainly, communicate on a piece of paper where we're at financially. We will use this when we're dealing with government agencies for grants so that we don't have to continue to re-articulate it in grant applications. It's out there. Number 2, we have Coastal Commission. Is it fair to say that this could be used to expedite the process in which we are modifying parking rates so that we could potentially realize the revenues generated from that much sooner? Yeah. And then lastly, of course, to help push our legislators to understand how important this is so that hopefully legislation could pass that could not only help Santa Monica, but other counties and school districts that are facing financial insolvency due to litigation like this. Thank you. Any more comment? Mayor, did you have a comment or question? Mayor Pro Tem Terosis?
Yeah, did everyone else get to ask their questions?
Yeah, I think we're just in comments.
Okay, great. I just wanted to say I know that this has caused quite a bit of attention in the community, and I really appreciate that our staff is being proactive in bringing this forward, because I think that for too long we've effectively kicked the can down the road, and we are trying to take really decisive action here tonight. We're trying to be responsible, and we're trying to message what we need and how we're going to move forward. As alluded to in the questions, we are carrying the weight of more than $229 million in sexual abuse settlements tied to the misconduct of one former employee decades ago. These liabilities are ongoing and significant, and they can't be ignored. We also owe it to survivors to properly address these, but we owe it to Santa Monicans to protect our city's financial stability, because we cannot allow the mistakes of the past to bankrupt our future. And so that's why we're charting a different course here tonight. We're being creative about how we bring in additional revenue. And this, I believe, gives us the legal and financial tools and messaging we need to secure the appropriate state and federal resources, negotiate more effectively, and stabilize our finances. We owe it to our residents to ensure that we are protecting our current services. We still haven't fully opened our libraries. We, of course, want to ensure that we continue to put clean and safe number one, and ensure that we emerge stronger, more resilient, and better prepared. So with that being said, thank you to staff. Thank you to our entire city team for understanding that this is, a critical tool for us, and I'm going to be voting yes on this.
Councilmember Raskin?
Yeah, thank you. And thank you, City Manager Shi, and to all staff who've put in the hard work on this. I want to echo the comments that the Mayor Pro Tem made here and recognize that, there are folks in the community who came out tonight who have real concerns about the action we're taking tonight. I want to assure folks that we hear you and we're taking this seriously. This is a serious issue, and we don't take our responsibility lightly as stewards of public resources. Overall, I think we have a bright future. I think I speak for all of us here when I say that the long-term outlook for our city is good. There is no better city on earth to live in, to do business in, and for us to be a community together to support each other. For those folks who are able to do so, I'd encourage all of you, get out and support local business. Support the small folks. Support the mom and pop shops that really need our support right now. Let's go spend our dollars locally. Let's go support our city, and we'll get through this.
Councilmember Zernitskaya?
Thank you. I'll try to be brief because a lot of folks have already clarified the challenges that we're facing and what this resolution would actually do. I just wanted to point out that the city of Los Angeles actually did declare a fiscal emergency back in June. We are not there. We're trying to take decisive action before it gets there. And for that, I really appreciate the work of the city manager and staff that put in so much time into trying to get this on the agenda. I understand that there has been quite a bit of confusion out among the public, and I've been confused myself as well. So I'm glad that we're making those clarifications and really taking this seriously. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. I just lastly would say that as we move forward, I know we took note of it. Oftentimes we can communicate these things in agendas because knowing it's just a tool, not really realizing the impact it has on the community. And I think it has been noted that in the future we need to be better at transparently communicating upfront ahead of time, both internally and externally, when we're putting something as sensitive like this on the agenda. So thank you for the explanation. And
I'd like to take a motion to move this item.
Second.
Moved by Councilmember Snell, seconded by Councilmember Zernitskaya.
Councilmembers Wick?
Yes.
Councilmember Hall?
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Terosis?
Yes.
Councilmember Snell?
Yes.
Councilmember Zernitskaya?
Yes.
And Mayor Negrete?
Yes. And now,
Councilmember Hall, did you want to announce why you're recusing yourself from item 4M?
Yes, thank you, Madam Clerk. Microsoft is a client of the firm that I work for, so I will be recusing myself from this item. Thank you.
Item 4M, approval of agreement with Insight Public Sector Incorporated for the purchase of Microsoft Enterprise licenses.
I'll move this item.
moved by Councilmember Raskin and seconded by Councilmember Zwick.
Councilmembers Wick?
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Terosis?
Yes.
Councilmember Snell?
Yes.
Councilmember Zernitskaya?
Yes.
Mayor Negrete?
Yes.
Okay.
Councilmember Hall, you can come back in.
We'll now now move on to closed session items. Item 5A, anticipated litigation claims of Constance White and Milana Davis against the City of Santa Monica pertaining to the condemnation of property located at 1811 Ocean Avenue. Item 5B is a report out only. Item 5C, conference with real estate negotiator regarding the property at 395 Santa Monica Place. And then item 5A on the special meeting agenda item is existing litigation, and I'm sorry, I'm going to butcher this, Leonid Pustilinokov, John Farzam versus the City Council, Downtown Santa Monica Incorporated.
Thank you. City Attorney, when do you think we will be back?
I think we would estimate 8:30.
Okay, so we will see you here no sooner than 8:30, or not before 8:30.
Can you hear me?
Is everybody here? Do we have Carolyn? Okay, it is 9:30 and we are back from closed session. City Attorney, do we have anything to report out?
Yes, items 5A and 5C of the regular meeting and item 5A of the special meeting were all heard with no reportable action taken. In addition, we have a report out under item 5B of the regular meeting. At its June 24th, 2025 meeting, the City Council approved a settlement in the matter of Streller v. City of Santa Monica, a personal injury case involving a claim that Streller was injured while a passenger on a Big Blue bus. The settlement has now been finalized. The city denies liability and does not admit fault, but agreed to settle this case for $3.5 million, and in exchange, Streller agreed to release all claims against the city. The settlement was approved by a vote of 7-0.
Thank you. Yes, that adjourns the special meeting. City manager report.
Yes, item, or it's not really an item, but yes, city manager report.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the City Council, I will have a brief update for everyone related to some of the happenings within the organization and across town. First, earlier this evening, we did have a chance to discuss the city's proposed fiscal distress resolution. Wanted to just re-emphasize that over the last couple of weeks, the executive team has been meeting in various settings. We even had a chance to get off-site for a couple of days as we put together an overarching game plan geared towards a realignment program for our organization and community. We're looking forward to, in October, preparing various elements of that plan and sharing with the council and the community related to how we plan on addressing the different issues that are facing Santa Monica at this point in time. A couple other things that we did want to announce. This coming Thursday is a solemn day. It's September 11th. Our fire department will be commemorating that day in a remembrance ceremony to recall and remember the lives lost in the heroism of our first responders back on September 11th. We hope the public will join us at fire stations 1, 2, or 3 at 6:45 a.m. for those ceremonies. Another item we wanted to share with the community, September is Sustainability Month, and we have an opportunity citywide to celebrate the way that Santa Monica has for more than 30 years demonstrated environmental leadership. I hope everyone will check out santamonica.gov for information on free events that are coming up throughout the month. Speaking of events, we still do have a number of free outdoor events coming up throughout the city. Included among those events are our Americana in the Park, which is set to occur on Sunday, September 14th at Gandara Park. We also have the Montana Avenue Art Walk set for September 27th, where we'll see live music, art displays, and activities. And on that same day, we hope everyone will head to the Pier for LA Opera's free simulcast showing music and drama of West Side Story. Also of note, we're getting set to celebrate our first ever Oktoberfest on the Promenade. That'll happen on September 27th from 2 p.m. to 7 p.m., and that's part of the city's new entertainment zone, taking advantage of the city's new entertainment zone. All of these events are part of our 150th anniversary celebration. We hope everyone will visit santamonica150.com for additional details. Finally, we wanted to share our adoptable pet of the meeting. That adoptable pet is now up on the screen. It is Bosco. Everyone, Bosco is a 2-year-old boxer mix. I promise you he is sweet, he is playful, he is energetic. He loves to show off how obedient he can be by showing all the people around him that he knows how to sit, lay down. Everyone, you'll want to know this, he even can spin standing up. So he would do best in a family that's full of energy and spunk. We hope that if you're interested in bringing Bosco home, you contact our animal shelter. Of course, you can always visit the Santa Monica Animal Shelter Foundation website to make a donation or shop our Chewy wish list online. With that, Madam Mayor, we'll turn everything back to you.
All right, I'll now ask if any council members have any announcements on travel since our last meeting. None?
I didn't travel, but I ran in the race on Saturday.
Oh, that's not.
Okay, and that was traveling for me. It was, but I want to bring forward that it was incredible, the amount of people that were out. It was an incredible event. It was a 5-10K Santa Monica Classic race, and it's an event that hopefully we will continue to have, and I felt very good running in it.
So it seems like our travel announcements have turned into personal share time. Thank you. And I do not have a highlight, so we can move on to item 6, public input on remaining agenda items.
Yes. Public comment is permitted on ordinances for introduction and first reading. No public discussion is permitted on ordinances for second reading and adoption. Public input for 12 items will be heard at the time when the public hearing is called. And we have approximately 8 speakers in the queue.
Okay, I'm going to call the names up. Denise Barton, Jerry Rubin, Dylan Moore, Brad Ewing, and Denny Zane.
Good evening. On item 11A, this is a big show to project an untrue image that services are available to seniors and the disabled for the funding that are non-existent. For example, on June 29, 2025, you declared it June Disabled Month with no additional activities, whereas in the beginning of June, it was declared LGBTQ+ month with many activities planned. Or what about not being able to get reasonable accommodation in your affordable housing? Or what about affordable housing management having a 1.9 rating and being allowed to abuse, discriminate against, and harass seniors and disabled tenants? Or what about the housing department having no services for seniors and the disabled, sending us to third-party organizations that can't get the information either for things such as being overcharged rent? Or what about there being no ADA person for the residents or affordable housing within the city that's not diverted to another department? Or what about the public input being put at the beginning of city council meetings so seniors and the disabled can participate at council meetings and be able to catch the local bus home? But if the local buses stop running from City Hall at 9 p.m., what does that say about the time you spend in closed session? Your actions speak much louder than your words. And the criminals through no bail and your homeless courts, both revolving doors of justice for repeat offenders, shows who you really represent. And it's not safety for anyone, especially seniors and the disabled. Next, for item 16A, if you still feel the need to appoint 3 DTSM board members, I encourage you to stay away from appointing lobbyists, activists, corrupt former city politicians, and city employees, because you really want board members who are there for their own benefit, not the benefit of downtown. Like Elaine Polachek, when she was interim city manager and lobbyist for Orange Barrel Media. What do you know? Orange Barrel Media got approval to put digital signs on the promenade. So how much do you think she made off that? I also hope you think you shouldn't appoint those who have contracts or involved with the city's funded programs, and why would DTSM need a political scientist? Which leaves Thomas Sullivan, Judy Kroger, and Alexander Brown. Although I wish you would reappoint the former DTSM board members. Thank you.
Thank you. Jerry Rubin?
Well, thank you very, very much, Mayor, City Council members. Jerry Rubin, Santa Monica. I wanted to speak on the item about the disabilities. I forgot what number it is, 11 something?
Oh, Disabilities Commission, the appointment? Oh, go ahead. I want to lose your time.
Okay. Well, first of all, I really appreciate everything Santa Monica's done to promote the welfare of people with disabilities, physically and emotionally. I was at the reception back at City Hall here, and it's very honored to meet a very nice man named Blake Stavros, who's the new ADA coordinator for the city. And I couldn't help but think back nearly 25 years ago when me and my wife and others helped to get the ball rolling to start the Disabilities Commission. And I still have about 50 letters on stationery from elected officials and organizations, and some of them have passed away, supporting this endeavor. And a task force was started to evaluate what was needed, and the unanimous opinion was that we should start a Disabilities Commission. Now, my wife worked for 25 years helping emotionally disturbed kids at UCLA Neuropsychiatric Hospital, and did a lot of the work that somehow I seem to still get credit for, but she did most of the work. And the Disabilities Commission has done a great job, and I'm really glad we have a new ADA coordinator, and the reception out back was really wonderful. I know they're going to hear the new Park and Recreation Plan tomorrow at their meeting. I'll be at the Urban Forest Task Force meeting at the same time to hear that plan, and, you know, in any future parks, I'm sure it'll be accessible.
Thank you. Thank you. Dylan Moore.
Following Jerry. Good evening. I'm Dylan Moore, and I've been a resident of Santa Monica for the past 16 years. I'm here to support item 16H. I spoke here last month about Waymo's 2 illegal taxi cab depots on my block. I spoke on behalf of myself and my neighbors, relaying the hardships Waymo is causing our neighborhood. The last 8 months have been hell living next to these Waymo taxi cab depots. Tonight, I'm back with a warning. Waymo wants to run the show. They lied on their business permit applications. They are violating our zoning laws, operating a taxi cab fleet in an illegal zone. They are ignoring our neighbors' complaints, with our calls and emails being left to rot in an internal ticketing system. Waymo even sued one of our neighbors and thankfully lost. Now, Waymo's position is to fight the city's orders to stop and to sue us into submission. Remember, Waymo wants to run the show. Reportedly, Waymo said that these lots are their most successful and they're critical for getting fast taxi response times to their paying customers. And of course, that's true. That's how exploitation works. Here we have a company breaking the law, harming a neighborhood to make easier money. Waymo's website contains propaganda that, quote, positive community impact is a core value of theirs. It's a claim that is both self-serving and untrue. It is a way for them to pay indulgences to commit sins, reading books to the elderly in San Francisco so they can decimate our block for $1. It's not an evil company. They feed hungry children. So tonight, my warning isn't just to Santa Monica, but to wherever they move next. New York, listen up. We feel Waymo is predatory. They prey on the weakest around them as a business principle. They use children and the elderly in photo ops to shield them from criticism. They are legal bullies, and they are committing crimes to get to the top. This is who they are. For more information, go to waymoproblems.org. Thank you.
Thank you. And before Mr. Ewing, I have Denny Zane, Joe Cohen, and Heather Thomason. Brad Ewing.
Thank you, Mayor Negretti and Council. I'm Brad Ewing, co-chair Santa Monica Forward, speaking in support of 11C. So I want to nerd out with you all on single stair for a couple minutes. So I strongly support this item. And, you know, I believe that we should permit single stair apartment buildings up to 6 stories within Santa Monica. And per a 2024 Pew report, these buildings unlock substantial benefits to the community that they're in. Single stair apartments can feature 6 or 13% lower construction costs. They're more efficient use of floor plans that allow for better light and better ventilation within the units, enhancing livability, and they allow for more 3- and 4-bedroom units without any further increase in the base density. Now, some in the community have raised safety concerns, but single-stair buildings internationally and domestically have a very strong safety record. Within New York City, an analysis of 4,440 modern single-stair buildings from 2012 to 2024 had an equivalent safety records to non-single-stair buildings within the same time frame. And within the Netherlands, where 4 to 5 single-stair buildings are common, the fire safety rates are equivalent to other housing types. And countrywide within the Netherlands, they actually feature fire safety rates at a third of the United States. So strongly urge your support on this item, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Denny Zane?
Mr. Zane, you signed up for 3 items, right?
I will mention 3 items in the course of speaking, but I probably won't take 4 minutes.
Okay.
Okay. Council members, hi. I'm here to represent the SMER Executive Committee to offer, in effect, words of caution about a few items. The first might be the sustainability building performance standards that are proposed here. Really good to go in that direction, but we have to be conscientious to make sure.
Oh, we pulled that item.
Then I won't say anything.
Okay.
All right, only 2 items. All right, so we're skeptics about single stairs. We don't have any data. We don't have any studies. We do have kind of an instinct as a tenant that having 2 stairs would likely be more safe if there in fact is a fire in our building. Now that fire might not be at the other stairwell, but it could be near the other stairwell, in which case a second stairwell strikes us as a safer option, and you should be cautious about how you proceed there. With respect to the proposal for microgrants for improvements in tenants, this could be an okay thing to do so long as the city is moving carefully and consciously. Obviously, with vacancy decontrol, most property owners are doing quite well. There may be some who aren't, who haven't had the benefit of vacancy decontrol in their buildings. And those are, I think, the sorts of properties that you might be looking for, where you find tenants and property owners who have hardships. That would be the kind of case you'd be looking for. We're not sure if there's going to be a significant number, and especially if indeed we're in a fiscal distress, there might be limits on what you can do. So that's our words of caution, and I wish I had a 3rd item.
Thank you. Joe Cohen.
Hello, my name is Joseph Cohen May. I'm a downtown Santa Monica resident and a director of Los Angeles Housing Production Institute. I'm going to talk about 11C, the single stair item, and also the high-rise height limit item. I don't think there's any controversy with high-rise height item. I'm glad that that's being standardized to align with every other city in the state. For single stair, I strongly support the ordinance. The evidence is very strong that small single stair buildings are just as safe as the more common larger buildings we see in all over Santa Monica that have 2 stairs. And this enables smaller, better designed buildings that just wouldn't be possible to build with 2 stairs. I personally live in a relatively newly built apartment building that has 2 stairs. I don't know where the second staircase is, and so if there was a fire, I would go to the staircase closest to me, but I honestly have if there was like smoke in the hallways, I would not be able to find where the other staircase is. And just something about the building code standards is that with 2 staircase buildings, you can have potentially an occupancy of around 500 people for a building with 2 stairs, which is 250 people per stair, whereas the maximum size for a single stair building under what's proposed is 4,000 square feet, which is going to be a maximum occupancy per floor. So the 500 people was per floor. Maximum occupancy here per floor would be around 25 people. So this would literally be 1/10 of the people per stair than is allowed with 2 staircase buildings. Something people sometimes bring up on this issue is firefighters going up 1 stair.
Thank you. Heather Thomason.
Hi, good evening, you guys. I wanted to speak on 11C, and it's really more of a question than even a comment. So I was on a call the other day where I understood that part of this measure at least came from the Livable Communities Initiative, and that part of their goal is to be able to create buildings that have courtyards in the middle, which I guess are not part of, or they're not, you can't really do it with the 2 staircases. So I'm just wondering why, if that's something that is part of our goal, why we aren't going to try to codify that at the same time and require that, because that seems like an interesting goal, but if we're just going to allow developers to only put one staircase in, then there are going to be many of them that will not choose to take that option of giving a courtyard and green space, and that feels like for a really livable city desirable. And then I wanted to also just say that I really strongly support Mayor Negrete's request to have a dashboard with information about the off-site affordable housing option, as much information as we can, because people are really interested in that, and I personally would really like to see how that's coming along. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, Eve Lopez says she signed up, but she's not showing up on the list.
Okay. And do I have to ask the council, or can we hear her speak?
I mean, technically you should.
Are you guys amenable to waiving the rules to hear Ms. Lopez?
Move to waive the rules to hear Ms. Lopez.
Do you have to do a roll call?
Unfortunately, yes. Councilmember Zwick?
Yes.
Councilmember Hall?
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Terosis?
Yes.
Councilmember Snell?
Yes.
Councilmember Zaretskaya?
Yes.
Mayor Negrete?
Yes.
Thank you, and good evening. I'm speaking on items 11A and 11C. 11A being Disability Commission and 11C being the fire issue. As you well know, your first responsibility is public safety. And I know that you take that responsibility seriously. And I want to talk about that seriously because the 55-foot threshold, it exists for good reason. It reflects Santa Monica's geography, our current firefighting capacity, because what's not in the staff report is a report on what our actual capacity is today, not kind of the unicorns and flying pigs that we hope to have in years to come, but whether we have the current capacity to raise the 55-foot to 75 feet currently. Nowhere in the report does it represent that we have that capacity because, as I understand, we don't. We have unique risks in our community. And when you raise the 55-foot capacity, it will align with state code, but it disregards the operational realities of our current firefighting capacity. We have compact streets, we have dense development, we have a ton of construction, overhead utilities, and that impacts the angling that fire trucks are able to have, so that the realities of an emergency are you don't get optimal ladder release. You don't get the full release of what you would anticipate or what you would hope. If we cannot prove that our current fleet can safely reach the upper floors of the 75-foot building, what are we doing? That is not only imprudent, it risks lives. The fact is we don't have those resources, including the ladder trucks or staffing, to service buildings of this height. And we are in a state of fiscal distress, as we've just heard tonight. We don't have the money to purchase the necessary equipment or hire the additional staff. We just don't have that. We are not New York. We are not Seattle or any of the other large cities that the developers had pointed to. We are an 8-square-mile city with very different geography, capacity, and finances, and pretending otherwise just jeopardizes us. We know from the Disability Commission report that 1 in 5 residents are over the age of 65, and more than 1 in 3 are over the age of 55. When you talk about single exit, it is extremely troubling to propose to allow single stairwell residential buildings of up to 6 stories because it places those who are already vulnerable in an even more vulnerable situation. While sprinklers and pressurization are helpful, they cannot substitute as a second means of escape. For this large, growing, aging population that we have, this design would be nothing less than a recipe for disaster. So I urge you to adopt what the report indicates regarding our aging community, our aging and disabilities, maintain the 55-foot threshold until we can demonstrate that we have the equipment and staffing to safely protect not only the current buildings we have, but all of the densification and buildings that are on the chopping block for building out. And secondly, to reject the single stairwell design above 3 stories because those equivalencies do not remove the fundamental danger of relying on a single exit. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, there's a couple other speakers who said they signed, and I know one of them definitely did because I witnessed it. So
I'm fine with this, but if we have to keep taking a
no,
vote,
it's. I mean, obviously,
unless
he's
there's a
dropped
real
off.
objection from the dais, I think we can move forward with public comment. Okay.
Hello, Council. My name is Zenon Aliet Crow. I'm the Santa Monica Director for Abundance Network, here to speak in strong support of all parts of 11C. I just want to emphasize that this policy is commonplace around the world. And when we're talking about the science, the facts, the statistics, the research that's been done on this, there is no difference when it comes to structures that you guys are considering today and doing single stair versus double stair. It is just as safe. And what we're talking about here is, you know, an understandable feeling that second staircase might be better, but a reality that bears in the numbers that actually they are exactly comparable. And so one thing I do want to emphasize is that what we are getting from this is the opportunity for beautiful places, for beautiful buildings, for beautiful cities. I mean, picture the picturesque, Main Street. You have your storefronts with a couple of floors of housing, and it's unique structures up and down the block, walkable communities for neighbors. That is enabled because of policies, especially like single stair. When you have double stair requirements, it means you get massive, huge apartment complexes. And frankly, we want to make sure that not only are we building, but we're also building beautiful. And through making sure that we're having single stair policy is the perfect example of this. And as it comes to updating the high-rise definition to be in line with the definition of every other city in California, this is simply a procedural hurdle that's getting in the way of us building housing in Santa Monica that isn't adding any additional safety benefit. I mean, I could walk outside and point to you a bunch of buildings that are taller than 55 feet today in Santa Monica that are considered a high-rise just because we said it's a different word, but we have just the exact same capacity from a firefighting perspective, from a safety perspective, to make sure that people are safe living inside them. So really, these proposals here today are very common sense, very, very reasonable proposals to basically just say, hey, we're going to go through these process reforms, we're going to do the right things, and we're going to make sure it's easier to have housing in Santa
Thank you.
Hi, 11C as well. These are the sorts of policies that let housing get built. The single stair ordinance allows for way more units to be put into a single building, enables better floor plans for tenants, and doesn't sacrifice fire safety to do it. Increased safety requirements like pressurized stairwells and sprinklers ensure that the people who live in these buildings will be safe in case of an emergency. And with the amount of space saved on hallways and stairwells, you can probably fit an extra 2 units per floor. Numbers like those are what we need to create the surplus we need to make Santa Monica affordable and accessible for our workers, our elders, and our youths. I'm here because I'd like to be able to live in Santa Monica as an adult. I'm sure those of you who have children would feel, I'm sure they feel similarly. With every unit that could have been a stairwell, Santa Monica becomes more vibrant and affordable. Thank you.
All right, so that concludes that portion of public comment.
Yes. We'll now move on to item 11A, approval of Santa Monica Aging and Disability Action Plan. Oliver, do you still have the clicker? Oh, it's up, okay.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Alana Ramerman, and I'm a senior analyst with the city's Housing and Human Services Department in the Homelessness Prevention and Intervention Division. I support our work focused on vulnerable older adults and people with disabilities. I'm here to share the city's proposed Aging and Disability Action Plan, a 3-year roadmap to make Santa Monica even more livable for older adults, people with disabilities, and caregivers. This work has been led by our division and is rooted in extensive community input and interdepartmental collaboration. And please note that the pictures you'll see in the presentation tonight are from our March 2025 open house, where more than 50 community members gathered to give feedback that shapes the plan. Santa Monica's demographics are changing. Right now, nearly 1 in 5 Santa Monica residents is over the age of 65, and this tracks with statewide trends. By 2030, 1 in 4 Californians will be over 60. Disability also affects residents across their lifespans, but its prevalence peaks among adults 75 and older. 42% of this group are living with a disability. In addition, an estimated 1 in 4 adults serves as a caregiver, providing critical support for friends and family members. These trends underscore the importance of planning ahead to keep our community accessible, inclusive, and supportive for people of all ages and abilities. Understanding this need, our team pursued resources to engage the community and identify priorities for our aging and disability-focused work. In the fall of 2023, the city was awarded a grant from the California Department of Aging to fully fund the development of this action plan. Over the spring and summer of 2024, we engaged Elizabeth Anderson Consulting to facilitate the process and partnered with Wise and Healthy Aging and Disability Community Resource Center, the key aging and disability service providers in Santa Monica. We also joined the AARP network of age-friendly states and communities, connecting us to resources and national best practices. And AARP staff formally recognized the city as a network member at our community reception prior to this council meeting. Over the summer of 2024, we promoted the project and recruited community members to join the advisory committee, which would guide the work. Our consulting team led the facilitation of the advisory committee and needs assessment process, and I'll pass the baton to Abby Land, a member of our consulting team, to share out on this work.
Greetings, City Council members and public, really. My name is Abby Land, and I'm pleased to be here with you this evening to share about the energized community-led process to create this action plan. So in the fall of 2024, we formed a 16-seat advisory committee with a mix of community members, subject matter experts, commissioners, and city staff. Now, the advisory committee helped design the spring 2025 community needs assessment, which included a survey, focus groups, and an open house, all promoted in multiple languages and through a wide range of communication channels. All in all, we engaged more than 500 community members. Now, based on the unavailable demographic data and needs assessment findings, the advisory committee formulated a responsive vision for the plan with actionable goals that directly address the most pressing community needs. The advisory committee unanimously endorsed this plan this summer. So, for our needs assessment findings, there was a lot of positive remarks we heard through the needs assessment process. Nearly 70% of survey respondents rated Santa Monica as age and disability friendly. That's a great baseline. But we also heard real vulnerabilities that older adults, people with disabilities, and caregivers experience in their daily lives. A few key themes are on the slide. One, housing stability remains a pressing concern. Mobility and transportation challenges, especially safe access day and night, and gaps in timely, clear, and multilingual information. And these were the priorities that really informed the plan. So our action plan, the vision is really clear. Santa Monica is a community where older adults, people with disabilities, and caregivers are respected, valued, included, and empowered to live with dignity, joy, and connection. Now, to get to that vision, the plan outlines 5 interconnected focus areas with defined goals for each area. So the first is mobility, access, and inclusive public spaces. This is to create more accessible streets, public spaces, and transit. Connected and resilient community. This is about supporting strong networks and volunteer opportunities. Coordinated communication and outreach to increase the availability of that clear, timely, multilingual information. housing stability and affordability, to create more affordable options to help residents remain stably housed, and inclusive emergency preparedness. It's about providing more education, neighborhood support, and emergency services for all. Now, these goals, they were vetted with involved city departments to ensure that they're high impact, that they would be achievable in a 3-year time frame, and they could be implemented with strategic use of existing resources or by seeking targeted internal or external budget enhancements. And all of the goals can be found in Attachment A, which is the full plan. So now I'll turn it back to Alana so she can talk about the next steps.
I want to close by sincerely thanking the members of the advisory committee for their significant involvement this past year and the broad network of community stakeholders who participated. Their contributions have ensured this plan is actionable, community-driven, and ready to launch. Implementation will begin in early 2026, led by a collaborative of city departments and community organizations. This collaborative will align this work with other city initiatives, identify budgetary needs and funding strategies, set performance measures, and provide regular updates to the public. There is no immediate budget impact with the approval of this plan. Staff will return to council if future budget action is needed. We will continue to collaborate with AARP during implementation and will submit a final progress report to them as part of our membership in the Age-Friendly Network, and this report will be shared publicly. In addition, we look forward to presenting updates to you and the community along the way. In closing, this plan builds on Santa Monica's long history of inclusive investments, including accessible public spaces, mobility and transportation programs, and social services and housing targeted at older adults and people with disabilities. This plan positions the city and community to better meet the needs of this growing population and caregivers moving into the future. Thank you, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Okay, anyone have any questions? Councilmember Zernitskaya.
As always, I have questions. It's just the fun of having me up on the dais.
It's the part of the job.
Yeah, exactly.
The fun part of the job.
So I noticed that among some of the things that were mentioned in the first, let me just say thank you. I know that this was a heavy lift, and I really appreciate all the work that went into it. I noticed that within the plan and the staff report, there were quotes from folks who had attended and participated in the various like workshops and open houses and all that good stuff. And I noticed something about folks who had mentioned that they prefer like physical material rather than necessarily looking at things online. I know that we pulled back on having the printed and mailed seascape going to everyone. So I was just wondering if there is potentially some feasibility in the future of bringing that back on an opt-in basis to be more accessible to folks who might not have as good of access to websites and the internet.
That's a great question, and the theme of communication was really like cut across all of the strategies, because one thing we found is that people would sometimes recommend like, oh, we should be doing this, and it's like, oh, we are doing that, but you just don't know about it because you don't have access to the information. So that was a big learning opportunity for us, is that we should be doing a better job getting the information about the resources we do have and the resources that we want to expand into. And there was a recommendation to bring back Seascape, which didn't seem feasible because of the staff time that it took to make that a reality. But we do have a strategy in here about standardizing communication across the city, so that when there are events or resources or opportunities that all city departments are kind of using a standardized process, including posting information in paper format, more potentially in locations where a lot of older adults and people with disabilities congregate, like the libraries and parks. So that would be part of it, would be expanding access to information in ways that isn't just online, because that's certainly something that we heard throughout the whole process.
That sounds great. Thank you. And I appreciate the standardizing of communications across the board, because that's, if everyone's trying to do their own thing, people get confused very easily. And speaking of communications, this is kind of going into two different things, but I know that we had a city-owned property ADA audit proposed in there. So I was wondering, are we also planning to do an ADA assessment of our website and how we put information out? Because I know there's certain ADA requirements for websites, like having, oh gosh, what are those things called? When you hover over something and it describes what the photo is.
QR code?
No, it's like, I don't remember. It's, well, disability features, but there's like a specific name for when you hover over a photo and
accessible.
It's the description.
We get what it is, right?
It's all good. No worries. But are we also
I know that is a high priority of the Disabilities Commission, as well as accessibility of our website. And that would be folded into the communication strategy, as well as looking at the accessibility of communications in a digital format as well.
Okay. And can I assume as part of that, it also includes just fairly simple things like putting captions on any videos that we push out?
Yeah, I think that these are the details that we would be working out in implementation, but I think that's a very legitimate thing to be included. That would be included in that. I'm not exactly necessarily the expert, so that's why we need this interdepartmental collaborative, because then we can bring the experts to the table.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to hearing what comes out of the cross-departmental collaboration, because there were also things around mobility, and I was at the Santa Monica Boulevard Safety Study open house over the weekend and had probably too long of a discussion on signal crossing times. And I know that folks who might have physical mobility limitations or might be older may need more time. And if we're timing our intersection crossings to the average person, we're definitely leaving quite a few folks out there. So if we're able to work with mobility to address that, that would be wonderful. Sorry, didn't mean to go into comments. And then I noticed there were some things around emergency preparedness. So with regards to like pushing out information about what needs to be in an emergency kit, I know what needs to be an emergency kit. A lot of people know, but I think it's the actual putting it together that becomes a challenge for a lot of people. So I was wondering if we could potentially explore something like a program that would allow people to go out there and meet with older adults and help them actually put together emergency kits. So we're not just giving people information, but we're actually helping them do something with that information.
Yeah, we do have a strategy around hosting emergency preparedness sessions specifically targeted at older adults and people with disabilities, and that could be a great topic for one of those sessions, is like the nuts and bolts of putting together a kit.
Yeah,
I would like to attend that myself.
Yeah.
I don't know what should go in there either. So
I have a list.
Yeah.
There's the Red Cross gives out lists. I was at the resource fair for Virginia Avenue Park last week. Okay, the other piece of it. So I know we do currently have an emergency alert system. Have we worked with, or are we planning to work with the Office of Emergency Management to include information when people sign up to get emergency alerts that, that says, this is where I live, I may or may not need help evacuating? I remember filling something like that out, but I think it might have been for my day job, because my day job also uses Everbridge.
It sounds like you might be referring to the Community Connect program, which is operated through the fire department, which asks for more personal information. Like what we heard from, because we did meet with the Office of Emergency Management, and what we heard about the emergency alerts is that they don't really have, like, you either just get the alert because you're in the area, or you sign up and they don't collect demographic information. But where we see opportunity in that space is through the Community Connect program, which is like a voluntary registry where people can say, like, oh, I use a wheelchair. And then if there was an emergency, fire department would know these are people in our community who might need help evacuating. who have access and functional needs. So we see a lot of opportunity there, and that's another really good example of like it's something that we're already doing, but a lot of people don't know about it yet. So I think there's a lot of room for growth there.
Thank you. And yeah, I apologize. I got the Fire Community Connect thing
they're related.
mixed up with it. They're related, but I know there's different systems. So yeah, even I get confused sometimes. And then hopefully final question for now. Are we also looking at things like cooling solutions for older housing stock? Because I'm sure with the heat over the past couple of weeks, a lot of folks have probably been struggling, and to the best of my understanding, quite a few people who live in some of our older housing stock may be older or may potentially be folks who have disabilities or caregivers.
Yeah. So it didn't come up. I mean, it may have come up here and there, but this plan is really focused on what the priorities that came up over and over, multiple stakeholder groups. And that isn't one that I recall hearing about much. So I'm sure and maybe it's because it was cooler months. People weren't thinking about it as much, but so that's not specifically addressed in this plan, but we can definitely like take a note on that. And if there's an opportunity to look at that somewhere else. And I'll just say like this action plan is also not everything that the city is doing around aging and disability. So just because it's not in the plan doesn't mean that it's not something that the city is doing or can do.
Awesome. Thank you. Yeah. I understand it's impossible to get literally everything in there because then it would be like a 1,000-page plan.
Yeah.
So, right.
So we tried to keep it focused on what we heard from the community as being the top priorities.
Right. Much appreciated. I'll yield to whoever's next. Thank you.
Councilmember Snell.
Thank you. I just have a focus on one area. It says, and thank you for this, accessibility, mobility for older adults. And my question is, have we really thought about how we could, as a city, work to have our older residents not have to drive at all and be able to have access to resources in the city, grocery stores, hospital, to be timely, to be safe, whereby which we would really incentivize where they would reduce the amount of time that they would have to use their own car, but actually work on being able to get them around our city with not having a car at all. Has there ever been a discussion about that?
There was a pilot program a couple of years ago called Active Aging Pilot that was out of mobility, and that was the primary focus, was how can we make it more possible for older adults to get around without vehicles. So looking at biking, walking, public transportation. So they actually came up with a lot of recommendations in that space that would be, that we considered when we were putting this plan together, not duplicating recommendations that have already come out of other city strategies. And interestingly, one thing we found out is that from our surveys, a lot of older adults are driving more than we maybe expected. So that was an interesting data point to find out.
You say they're driving more than
yeah, there was a higher rate of older adult drivers than we had expected. I don't know if we had to.
Not a good thing.
It was the top was, I think it was 7% driving. Yeah, it was walking and driving were the top two ways of getting around. And I think that probably the strategies that tie most to getting around aside from walking is around safety enhancements. So your point about Councilmember Hernandez-Skaya's point about getting across the street safely, safety enhancements, putting more seating at bus stops, because that's a issue if you're having to wait for the bus for a while and you don't have a place to sit. That can be hard for somebody with for people with disabilities. So we try to look at mobility across the spectrum, driving, walking, taking public transit.
Okay, I guess I was thinking more towards the ability to be able to move our older adults around as needed, particularly those that have handicaps without having to use a car, or maybe they wouldn't be able to walk or go to bus stop, but actually being able to pick up, drop off in our particular area. Now, I know that's very futuristic, but the most difficult thing, and I've gone through it personally, is taking the keys away from your parents.
Yeah.
It's one of the most difficult things to do as an older individual. I mean, they lose their, self-identity. And I think, if we have the ability in this community, we're on 8 square miles, to be able to say, we can get you anywhere safely to the doctors, to the grocery store, and be able to do that for our older adults, that would be something that would be ideal. So I just want to.
Yeah, we do have the Mobility on Demand Everyday program, the MODE program, which does that essentially. You have to register. Again, it's something that people don't know about always. And one of the top things that came up over and over again is expanding the MODE program. So it's available during the weekend and during later evening hours. And I know some members of the public spoke about that being a challenge for them to get to things like council meetings. So that was like probably one of the top things that we heard. And the MODE program, I think, again, it's something we're already doing, and it's just about kind of like expanding it to meet the needs of more residents.
Okay, well, thank you.
I just wanted to highlight so that people didn't think we didn't have that. We also have a program that gives seniors the ability to have, I don't know if unless it went away, I set it up for my dad, was the lift.
That is the MODE. It is
It's part of it.
Yeah.
So there's a van that can pick you up, and it also has the ability to carry, if you're in a wheelchair, and it does take you to personal trips to the doctor's office. I think one of the things is how far does it expand, or if it expands outside the city. But the really cool thing was setting up Lyft. It does require someone helping you, because it caused a lot of angst between my father and I setting up that account. I'll just tell you that much. But I just want to make sure people know that we do have that program.
Yeah, the MODE program, actually Lyft is the vendor for that program.
Yeah.
So they are the ones providing the rides, and they do have wheelchair accessible vans.
So if there's a way for us to incentivize our adults that do it, I think that would be more of a marketing tool. So to allow those that are doing it would be great, because obviously it eliminates a number of cars on the road, and if they're only going around our city, then it's something that I think I'd be really interested to see how we could promote.
Not to just keep promoting you guys, but I spent a lot of time over there when I was trying to get my dad to be into it. There's also that cool thing, I don't know if you still do it, where I went along with it. They take all the seniors to learn how to ride the bus.
Yeah.
They do it with you. And
That's called a Metro program, On the Move.
yeah, on the move. I did it with my dad. It was loads of fun.
Yeah.
Councilmember Raskin.
If we're done with questions, I'm prepared to make a motion.
Let's go for it.
All right, I move that we adopt the finding of no possibility of significant environmental impact per the agenda, that we approve and receive the Santa Monica Aging and Disability Action Plan, and I have just one piece of direction, which I'll just say now for expediency. And first of all, thank you so much to the team for putting this together. Amazing presentation, amazing work. So important, especially this time with our aging population. I do want to underscore the point that you highlighted about housing affordability being a key issue for seniors, and I think we all value and prioritize ways of keeping seniors in their homes. But here in Santa Monica, we have a unique ecosystem of licensed care facilities, memory care facilities, RCFEs, things like that. Unfortunately, those oftentimes are not affordable to many seniors, but they do provide a unique need for seniors who require special help, especially with memory care, folks with dementia, things like that, non-ambulatory people. So although it wasn't specifically called out on page 23 of the action plan, I hope that we can prioritize supporting the programs and services that are available in our city to folks who do need special needs at RCFEs, memory care facilities, and things like that.
Yeah, that's definitely something that we heard as well. And I think one of the other, I don't know if limitations is the right word but we tried to keep this plan focused on things that the city could have a direct impact on, and a lot of those facilities are either at the county level or the state level, and it's just something that the city has less direct influence over. But again, just because it's not in the plan doesn't mean we don't see it as a need, and we can continue working with our partners to see how we might be able to make some impacts in that area.
I'll second that motion.
Motion made by Councilmember Raskin, seconded by Councilmember Snell.
Councilmember Zernick-Skaya?
Yes.
Councilmember Snell?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Terosis?
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin?
Yes.
Councilmember Hall?
Yes.
Councilmember Zwick?
Yes.
Mayor Negrete?
Yes.
Great, thank you. I appreciate the time tonight.
Thank you.
Item 11C, approval of proposed regulatory updates to high-rise building definitions and single stairway multifamily building provisions.
Well, good afternoon, Mayor, Council, City staff. I'm Joe Cavan, your Fire Marshal. I'm here tonight, honored to talk about the high-rise and single-stair ordinance updates. And I will say, although I'm up here presenting this, we have a great team here in Santa Monica that has worked well and a lot on this subject, from City Attorney's Office, City Manager's Office, Building and Safety. It's just great to be a part of this team. So I'm presenting it, but at the end, we'll have plenty of questions, and we've got full city staff here that are a lot smarter than me that could help answer some of these questions. So just to explain, per council direction on March 25th, staff was asked to assess and develop policies to modernize local building and fire codes in two specific areas. And that's the high-rise building definition to align the Santa Monica definition with the state standard, which is 75 feet, and I'll go into that, as well as to look at single stairway buildings and establish a clear process for constructing multifamily residential buildings up to 6 stories with a single exit. First, I'm just gonna go through the high-rise definition and just give you a brief background on what we have and what the definition is. The building code defines a high-rise as any building with an occupied floor more than 75 feet above the lowest level of building access. Buildings that meet this criteria have require additional fire protection features such as smoke control systems, pressurized stairs, fire pumps, emergency generators, emergency communication systems, a fire command center built in. So Santa Monica has had local ordinances since the 1970s, requiring more restrictive fire protection features due to some of our staffing and just our climatic conditions here. In 2002, we established the 55-foot high-rise ordinance, lowering the threshold that the state had on it from 75 to 55. And these were extra fire protection features that were intended to provide an additional layer of safety for occupants and assist us in suppression efforts in these mid-rise buildings. With that being said, we have had this in place for so long that we did want to analyze, as we remove this moving forward, just what's changed since the 70s, since the 2002. There are several things that have changed. So I have a list of a few here for you guys. Modern fire department capacity. I know, our apparatus, equipment, staffing compared to the 1970s is much more advanced now. We also have planned SMFD enhancements, and those, in addition with our current emergency response, there's plans being developed to expand existing facilities, apparatus, equipment, and personnel in a manner that addresses our local risks here in Santa Monica to provide a better response as these buildings were to come in at a higher level without those advanced systems. And then another justification would be advanced building life safety systems. In the 1970s, a lot of those codes weren't around, and they didn't have a lot of those systems. Even from when we put the systems in place in 2002, or the high-rise ordinance in place, the systems have gotten much, much better. and also just consistency with the state code. The state code aligning with the CBC, it ensures consistency and it reduces confusion among, architects, builders, whoever's coming in, because we do have that local ordinance. It does make it easier on us too. I will tell you, as they come in, we already evaluate 55-foot buildings differently, and we do AMMRs for those buildings and allow certain things to be different than the normal high-rise standards. And I'll get into the AMMR as soon as we talk about single stair. So having assessed our current emergency response capabilities, the advancements in our firefighting apparatus and building fire protection systems, coupled with the planned fire department enhancements, we're confident that we would be able to address these buildings at 75 feet without, or less than 75 feet without these additional features that our current code requires. Now the big one, single stair provisions. We have evaluated different ways on how to implement this, and we are recommending an AMMR approach to these R2 occupancies. To give you a little bit of background, the California Building Code currently requires a single stair building limit be at 3 stories, and they are not allowed to have an occupied roof as it currently reads. We do have a language in the code already existing that allows alternate materials and methods request process. It allows architects, licensed architects, to submit alternates to what the code requires, and it has to be an equivalent basis of life safety. And those are evaluated on a case-by-case basis. So just to give you a quick overview, we did provide you with an information bulletin on what those AMMRs would look like. It's not what we traditionally do for AMMRs, is to give that information to the architects, but in this case, we're trying to give what those requirements would be ahead of time. But that would apply to 4 to 6 story R2, which are apartment buildings, requesting a single stair exit. They would have to be submitted by a licensed architect. That's what the code currently says. And they are jointly reviewed, as they already are with us, from me and the building official. And they're evaluated on life safety equivalencies. So in the code, you do have it on the information bulletin. There's 6 sections. It's 104.2.3.4, equivalency criteria. It needs to meet all of the following prescribed. It has to be equivalent of that of the prescribed code in all 6 areas: quality, strength, effectiveness, durability, safety other than fire safety, and then fire safety. So in order to implement an AMMR for these buildings, basically we have to institute enhanced building and fire safety systems above and beyond what the code requires in order to accomplish this legally. So we have it broken out in 2 separate AMMRs, a 4-story and then a 5 and a 6 story. So the 4-story, there's a lot more on the information bulletin, but really this is what is different than what's already in the code. There's requirements in the code that they will have to meet regardless, but what is above and beyond what the code requires is NFPA 13 sprinklers. For the majority of projects, they're already going to require NFPA 13 sprinklers, but there is a chance a 4-story can have a 13R system. So this would be one enhancement. There would be a limit of max of 4 units and 4,000 square feet per floor. A max distance of 35 feet from the entrance of the door to the stairwell, to the actual stair. Minimum stair width of 44 inches, which is technically any building that is going to evacuate over 50 people. 44 inches is the minimum anyways, so anything over 3 stories would require a 44-inch stair, but I wanted to add that in there because there was discussions about a 36-inch stair. That wouldn't be code compliant anyway, so 44 is the minimum. bedroom emergency escape and rescue openings, and a direct exit to a street or alley would be required for these 4-story projects. The building official and myself feel more comfortable with this, and a lot of this data is based off of NFPA 101, which is also what the IBC and CBC is kind of modeling their future updates to. So we feel pretty comfortable, moving forward with this. For the 5 and 6 story, the diagram is the same. However, there's a few changes. So the diagram's not really accurate, but we would require a pressurized stair, which would be above and beyond what the code requires. 20-foot max from the entrance of the door to the stair. So that would be more restrictive. Minimum 48-inch stair. No occupied roof above the highest floor permitted, so that's 6th floor. And then in the actual fire code and building code, there's a section that allows us to authorize a peer review to look at this that we would choose. Now, I can tell you from a 5 and 6 story building, the building official and myself do not feel comfortable approving an AMMR for this with the way the current code is written. But to move forward with this, we can add this in here as a peer review, and I feel like that takes a little liability off of us. Somebody else is taking a look at this as well. But these would be the minimum requirements that they could come to us with. So the process is we give this information bulletin. They can come and we can review jointly, and we evaluate it for safety equivalencies. And then we can update these AMMRs as the state code updates. AB 38 is a state task group that it was passed on October 7th, 2023. It requires the state fire marshal to research amending the applicable codes to allow single stair, single exit, multifamily residential buildings above 3 stories, and to provide a report to the Joint Legislative Committee on Emergency Management and to the Building Standards Commission by January 1st, 2026. This report, the state has come and created a committee of 17 members. Each one represents a different organization that has a stake in this game. So among some of those organizations are State Fire Marshal's Office, obviously, Building Standards Commission, but we also have Housing and Community Development, Center for Building in North America, which wrote most of the Pew report that was discussed earlier. The individual did, and that individual is also on our task group, and YIMBY, and those are just a few of the groups. I am on that task force, and I represent the California fire prevention officers. And then I also lead a subgroup within that task group for egress analysis. I currently have, I currently have consultants working on an egress modeling to actually get some facts on this based on California codes, evaluating a 2-story to a single story. And I'm hopeful that that information can make us feel more comfortable with maybe even relaxing some of these AMMRs. But we're waiting for that for the report that we will give to the state fire marshal. So the first draft of that is supposed to be done at the end of this month. Again, I'm waiting on the egress modeling. And then a final report will be in November, maybe early December, and it'll be released to the Joint Legislative Committee in January of 2026. So as this information comes out, we can adjust these and feel more comfortable with those as well. But we will continue to monitor those. So implementations and impacts and the recommended actions. Implementation for the high-rise definition, it would be updated September 30th, which is when we're going to bring the code adoption to you. So it would be the next code adoption process, and that would just be removing the ordinance altogether, which would default to the state code. We could release the information bulletin to the development community And then again, we would ongoing monitoring of the state fire marshal and the CBC changes, which are already being worked on. Impacts, there is no fiscal impact, no immediate fiscal impact. I will say that both of these projects create more density, and there will be impacts on our response times in the future as these come up. And realistically, when these things get approved, it's not like they're built tomorrow. I mean, it takes a while to build these things too. But there will be, impacts on our response times, on the density and all of that. But there's no immediate fiscal impacts. So the recommended actions, we decide to move forward, would be to direct that as part of the city's next regular building and fire code update process, that staff would align the high-rise definition to be consistent with the statewide high-rise definition. And then also to authorize staff to implement an updated alternate materials and methods request process for single exit stairwell multifamily residential buildings of up to 6 stories in height pursuant to the information bulletin that we provided you. And that's the end of the report. If there's any questions, we've got the whole city staff here to help answer.
Thank you. Councilmember Hall?
Thank you for this report. Super informative and really like where this is headed. Question on the pressurized stairs. I believe the Los Angeles city ordinance that's been proposed is allowing for external stairways to be used for single stairs as opposed, or in lieu of pressurized stairs, or as an option rather. Is that something that this imagines as well? Okay.
Yeah, that also applies to us. I mean, that takes care of the issue of having an internal stairwell.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Zernitskaya.
Thank you. I am so excited about seeing this moving forward because I know we've been talking about it for a while and really appreciate all the work that's gone into this. I had maybe a technical question. So this is the alternative, this would be single stair subject to alternative means and methods requirements. Is there a reason that we're proceeding with doing it that way as opposed to including it in the building code?
For the building code, it has to meet one of the 3 criteria for findings in order to put it in the code, and it cannot be less restrictive than the code. I know there was a bulletin put out by LA recently, and I know our attorneys are still looking at the facts and findings, but I will tell you that in a public meeting in July, Building Standards Commission, who has to approve that, was, I think it was at one of our CFPO meetings, talking about how strict the building standards law is, and they are going to really be analyzing the findings of any local ordinance, even more so now with AB 130, and they don't know how a local government could put a fact and finding in order to put in a single stair, ordinance per code, because we don't have the data the state hasn't created the report yet, so we're basically saying if we add this, this, and this, then it's as safe as removing a stair. So this is the safe alternative that we can move forward right now.
Okay. So
if we do it to the building code, we're at the mercy of the Building Standards Commission, and they could just deny it even though we approve it.
So if I'm hearing you correctly, this is so that we could move forward doing it under alternative means and methods requirements as a way to be able to move forward now as opposed to having to wait until the state figures out their standards and procedures for this.
Yes, and even with an alternate means and methods, it still has to be as safe or safer than the code prescribes, which is why a 5 and 6 story we don't feel comfortable with, which is why we added in that peer review, so we can entertain these buildings. And get a third party to evaluate it.
Okay, thank you. And you mentioned AB 130. Would you mind just reminding us what that is?
Yes, we met. What was the initial? It was an initial bill. I forget what it was, but it was pulled out and it was added to AB 130. But that is the hold on adopting local codes.
Oh, AB 306. So AB 306 was added to 130?
The bulk of that was pulled out and added to AB 130, which did get approved. So as of the end of this month, There's no changes to the building, and there's a few carve-outs in that language, but there's no new local amendments to the code. We adopt it for 6 years.
Okay, got it. And the new text of AB 130, since 306 was rolled into it, does that still have that carve out for single stair or no?
You know what? I keep saying it, that it does. And I was just on a call with the State Fire Marshal's office earlier today, and they were saying, I don't know if it does. So I have to look back on it, but I'll get back to you because I'm curious on that too. There is a portion for the state, at the state level, but I don't know if that's a catch-all. It's not in all of the local, sections where we can just adopt and make findings too. So I'll look harder and I'll let you know.
Thank you. The joys of state lawmaking and trying to track all of the thousands of bills. So other questions. So I understand we're talking about like internal stairs, potentially external. Is there anything in this that would preclude a home builder from also having like an external emergency escape staircase, just in case? Like I know,
as a secondary?
Yeah, as a secondary, because I noticed there was something about certain rooms have to have a second means of escape, and there was like a lot of detail about what is required for safety.
There is a lot, and I can tell you, and the building official is more than welcome to join me and have any input if he wants. I can tell you I feel a lot safer if these alternate means and methods come in and they put an exterior fire escape, and we can make the code work in order to do that. Other jurisdictions are looking at that, not in California, but there is talks about bringing that back, and we're looking at it on the state task force as well as a potential.
Okay, yeah. I don't know if you have any comment.
Do you have anything to that?
Good evening. My name is Siapur Sabaya. I'm a building official. With regard to fire escape, it's permitted by the code for existing building, not for brand new building. However, I prefer to have this fire escape in addition to a stair required for exit, single exit. If they have fire escape, definitely I favor that design.
So would we be able to permit that but not require it in our code, or is that not something we could do?
See it. Can you talk into the mic? Sorry, just so everyone at home can hear.
Everyone at home listening, yeah.
If you receive a proposal under the process that we put together, MMR, and somebody proposes a single exit plus fire escape, definitely I favor that design compared to just propose for a single exit.
Okay, got it. So they can, but it's not required. Exactly. And they could. Okay, perfect. Thank you for that clarification. So then what else do I have here? Do we require, or would we require elevator access for buildings that are taller than like 1 to 2 stories? Because I'm sure there's ADA access requirements as well.
The code requires anytime you have more than 4 story above where you exit from the building, there's certain requirements. You need to have an elevator for accessibility, not for exit, because elevator is not considered as exit. Yeah. Just for accessibility, they need to have elevator, and elevator is provided. We have that provision in that MMR that has to have certain requirements, meets a certain requirements.
Is that only for 4 stories and above, or is that for anything above 1 story that an elevator would be required for accessibility?
If I have a 4-story building above grade, I don't need to have accessible elevator. But if I have 5-story and 6-story, by code, I need to have accessible elevator. So that's a code requirement.
Okay, all right. Okay, what else? On the, thank you for that information on that. So the reasoning, so the prohibiting occupied roofs above the highest floor so they wouldn't be able to have like a roof deck or anything like that. What's the reasoning behind that?
Well, I can tell you the code currently is 3 stories, single stair. You cannot have an occupied roof. If a 4-story proposes an alternate means and methods and has an occupied roof per code, it's a 5-story building. So it basically would be subject to the AMMR that's higher. A 5-story, we can evaluate it on a case-by-case basis, but a 6-story with an occupied roof is now a 7-story. And as part of my egress analysis, we are looking at that because typically you're adding another load factor that's on the roof that's different than just the people that live in the apartments. So it's an increased risk, but we will evaluate the 5-story buildings. Yeah.
Yeah, because it might be interesting, like if they can at least reach the roof, maybe there's an additional emergency exit there. And there was something that kind of confused me in the language, and maybe it's just because I am not not as well versed in these things. There was a quote in there that said, any occupancies other than R2 occupancies must not communicate with the R2 occupancy stairwell. What does that mean?
So a lot of buildings like to put in a ground floor retail. So we're not opposed to that, but we can't have the ground floor retail exiting in the same stair that's dedicated for the people coming down. That's all that means.
Okay, got it. All right, thank you. I thought I was just losing my mind. And is the 4,000 square feet, is it just the maximum floor area, including all of the ingress, egress, and?
No, we can do
It's
net.
net?
Yeah,
Okay. That would be wonderful. And have we seen other places use AMMR for single stair? And if so, how effective has it been at actually producing new homes?
No one has done it in California yet that I know of. I can tell you the AMMR process here compared to other jurisdictions, not all jurisdictions, I don't know how everyone does it, but it's a lot easier to get AMMRs here. Most jurisdictions require you to have building plans submitted, and then that building plan is what you submit the AMMR under. And it's just a lot more time consuming, and they have to jump through more hoops. Whereas I know we can entertain the AMMRs prior to building plan review. We've done it several times already. So it's a little easier to get done, and it's more code compliant with the way California operates.
Thank you so much for answering all of my questions, even if some of them weren't the smartest questions.
Councilmember Zwick. Oh, and then after I have Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Trosas.
All right. Thank you so much for this presentation and for all the incredibly hard work that I know you and the team across several departments have engaged on in this. I really appreciate the rigor and the collaborativeness which everyone has shown in coming to these recommendations. I got a couple questions. I'm prepared to roll with this AMMR process if I can be assured that it will work. But I do have to ask. I did come from a meeting today in Los Angeles where the Planning and Land Use Committee did just approve what would be a code change in the LA code. So I'm trying to understand how you're saying that's not possible when they're doing it.
Yeah, and I could tell you, like I mentioned just previously, that we are still, I think the attorneys and us, we're still looking at the findings that they're putting to that local amendment. They can pass it on a local level, but it still has to be approved by the Building Standards Commission. And that's kind of what I mentioned in the discussion that they voiced. So that there's a high possibility that even though they pass it, it doesn't go through Building Standards Commission and it doesn't apply.
Maybe there's a difference, in terms of the way they're reviewing it compared to other types of local amendments. But, one thing I read when I was reading the committee analysis of AB 306, one of the criticisms that they had of the current process was that they said that the California Building Standards Commission does not currently have the authority to review these findings for validity, merits, or the justification of reasonableness, nor do the local amendments have to follow the APA or more rigorous state review criteria requiring state building standards to not be unreasonable, arbitrary, unfair, capricious, in whole or in part, or to have a cost to the public that is reasonable based on the overall benefit to be derived from the building standards. It made it sound like actually the CBSC is quite limited in its ability to actually challenge local findings.
Yeah, and I think since AB 130 happened, now I don't know if that language specifically translated over to AB 130.
This is just analysis of current HSC 18930, HSC, anyway.
And I can just tell you with the conversations that they've had at the CFPO meetings that they haven't been. I don't know how much, I've never had a local amendment rejected by them, but I have heard from them that they're going to be a lot more strict and that they don't know how a local jurisdiction can have findings that would justify removing a stairwell with the way the current code is written.
Okay.
So again, I don't know.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
I hear you. And I appreciate that you guys are trying to find the pathway that you think will be the most effective in getting us to where we're hoping to go. Some of my colleagues already asked about the 4,000-foot limit being for habitable floor area, and I heard you say that that could be doable in terms of how we define it.
Yeah.
And then I think I heard my other colleague mention the idea of an exterior staircase. My only additional follow-up on that is that our language currently, at least in the bulletin, says the stairway enclosure shall be pressurized. And I noticed that the language in LA said an exterior stairway or interior exit stairway shall be provided. The interior stairway shall be smoke-proof. And I'm just wondering if we can just make sure with the language that we're making it clear that the stairway can be either.
Absolutely, we can update that. And I'm not sure if your bulletin has the 20-foot max. I know we were talking in the back earlier, and it looks like maybe one line got deleted on the 5 to 6 story. If it says 20-foot max from entrance to unit stair. So if that's not on there, we'll add that back in, but we could absolutely update that language.
I see closure door shall be dwelling door to exit enclosure shall be 20 feet. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, maybe he's looking at a different version.
Got that one. I didn't see 35 for 4, but I saw that in your presentation.
Yeah, 35, and we kind of were relying on that because we have code to fall back on other codes.
So a couple of quick questions. This might be more for planning, this particular question, but how wide is our city alleyways?
Uh, 20 feet is standard. Anything below that is considered substandard.
Okay, so does that mean most of them are 20 feet or?
No, actually, most of them are 20 feet. And there's like the substandard alleys below 20 feet. There's kind of a concentration, I'd say, more towards eastern side of the city, let's say like east of 23rd, roughly around Wilshire, Santa Monica, a little bit of northeast, bits of Ocean Park, as you might imagine. So It's sort of smattering and large, and then some like little R1 in like Sunset Park.
Majority, you would say?
Majority concentration is kind of in that.
So the majority overall are 20 feet or?
The majority of the city, yeah, by and large is 20 feet. Yeah.
So in that case, then when we talk about discharge to a street or alleyway of 20 feet in width, most of the alleys in the city would qualify for that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. On the question of emergency escape and rescue openings, in LA, they're running into an issue where they're saying that then if you have that requirement, there's a separate requirement in Los Angeles that then requires an 8-foot wide yard at that emergency escape or rescue opening or window. But if that's triggering an 8-foot side setback on either side of the building, that's making it impossible to build. And I'm just wondering, are we anticipating some cascading set of requirements from this?
We're not looking at adjusting the setbacks. Ideally, yes, but I think it would squash a lot of projects. And I understand what the need is and what the desire is. With emergency escape windows, it will give us access to some. Our ground ladders can only reach the third level balcony. Right. But the ones that are in the alley or facing the street, we can access those. If there's enough side yards, we can maybe throw the stick up and access, but we can access the roof for sure.
Got it.
But it's just easier to say all emergency escape windows. And it's one more thing that in discussions at the state group is not a big hindrance to add those windows. It's a little different dimension, and it just provides another access for the tenants.
That's great. I was just making sure there wasn't some series of unintended consequences that weren't enumerated.
In order to operate and actually access those windows, though, yes, we need some side yard space to be able to do
right,
that.
But in this case, there's no 8-foot side yard setback.
No.
Okay. Peer review. I'm still trying to wrap my head around what that means, like who the peer is, how they're selected, what discretion they have.
And they're selected by us. The code allows it for the fire code official and the building, I believe in the building code it says building official, correct? To jointly have a third party peer. And we would find a consultant. We can maybe put some together. I mean, it's not like we have one, on standby or someone, but the code does allow that. And we would feel much more comfortable if we have another party,
I guess my overall question, both related to peer review and the AMMR process, is obviously if there was a code change, if you met the code, you would get approval. And obviously by putting out this bulletin, we're saying that we're believe that there's some equivalency here when it comes to the adopting all these standards, for a single egress building. So my question is, if an architect and a builder says we want to build a building and we're going to meet all those standards, are they getting approved? Or is that just up to the discretion of you two plus this third person? So in fact, we're giving anyone certainty that they'll get approved.
It would be those and the third-party peer reviewer.
So even if they meet every single one of the standards in this bulletin, they're not necessarily getting approved?
Yeah, and what was the intent for do you want to come up and help answer that one? For the peer review? I know it's duplicated in both the fire and building code. And the thought was anything else we needed would be evaluated, they would evaluate the final findings on that. I don't know if you have anything further for the peer review. So yes, it still has to go through a peer review. But with that being said, I'm hoping we have findings within the next month that we can even adjust that. And that's one of the items that we can remove as soon as we get, more findings like, hey, we're leaning towards 5-story at a state level. Just because if we take on that liability, we're saying that we add these items and now it's as safe as the code. So this would be the minimum what we're looking at, but we'd also want a third party to kind of check off on it, is what we feel comfortable.
I understand. I guess I'm maybe because I'm speaking to you as the fire official and the building official. You guys are putting out this bulletin. The community, when they're going to invest money in plans, designs, et cetera, is hoping for some amount of certainty that if they meet these standards, they'll get approval.
Yeah.
So I assume by putting out the bulletin, you are indicating that that's the standard that you're hoping people will meet.
Well, we're allowing them to meet that and have the peer review. I mean, ideally, if we didn't have it, we don't feel comfortable approving a 5 or 6-story building. So we would approve a 4-story under those certain criteria. But now we're taking on the liability and saying a 5 or 6-story building is as safe by just adding these. We will add those, and I feel comfortable with adding what we added, but we also want a third party kind of checking off on it as well. And again, we can have like a list of a few third party and maybe vet them through the council, because it's just to have another, mark on it.
I understand. I'm just, the AMMR, in my opinion, in my understanding, is sort of supposed to signal that, one believes there's equivalency. So to the extent that someone is meeting those standards, in your professional capacity, they would be meeting that equivalency based on this AMMR. Is that correct?
Right. Plus
the peer review.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I know it's a little difficult. AMMRs don't typically work. Usually the architects come to us with the requirements that they're proposing.
But there are bulletins after something's been approved so that other people could potentially follow that in the future.
So we're having some guidelines on it, and we're not going to, expand on those guidelines, but we do want it evaluated.
Got it. Well, thank you. Beyond that, I just was going to ask, there was someone who spoke briefly to the fact that, we don't have the local fire capacity, we have dense development, we have compact streets in terms of this high-rise standard. But it's my understanding that amendments to the building code can only be made because of distinct local geological and climatic differences. So are any of those actual things that one could even base an amendment, a more restrictive amendment to the local building code on? Dense development, compact streets, local fire capacity. I don't think that any of those actually qualify as a legal requirement, as a legal sort of reason for doing an amendment in the first place. Is that correct?
Right. Yeah, that's correct. Those don't apply, but there was a finding that tied to, I believe, climactic. It might have been 2 of them, for sure, climactic, when it was put in place.
Yeah.
And that's, because of the earthquakes, the findings, there's a ton of our ordinances across the board that have the same findings off of that report that was done after the Northridge earthquake.
And yet LA, West Hollywood, Long Beach, Pasadena, Culver City, none of these have this requirement.
Correct. Yeah, bigger departments do not have them. Some of the local jurisdictions that are similar in size to us still have them, and some have had them removed.
But the size of the department is, again, not a valid reason to adopt a local building code amendment. Okay. And so some facts I was reading about recently. I was reading some NEFA studies on sprinklers. It seems like when sprinklers are present, civilian fire deaths reduce, in an incidence of a fire, are reduced by approximately 90% in a sprinklerized building. When were multifamily buildings first required to be sprinklerized?
Ooh, I couldn't tell you when it was in the building code. I know we've had a local ordinance a lot longer in the building code. Sia, do you know when that came up in the building?
I believe either 2016 or 2019 version of the code. You know, code changes every 3 years.
For multifamily to be sprinklerized?
For a sprinkler, yeah. For single-family dwellings, they sprinkler.
I meant for multifamily.
Multifamily, the same time that they came out, but different type of sprinklers required for a house is different than the
Right.
apartment building.
So one can say that any building built since that requirement poses substantially less risk to the inhabitants than a pre-sprinklerized building.
When they introduced the sprinkler, they took some other safety requirements from the code because they say now you have a sprinkler, so you don't need to have X, Y, Z. So I would say the sprinkler was substitute for some other requirements in prior codes. So personally, I don't think the sprinkler makes it safer than what the prior code requirement.
Okay, and yet the National Fire Protection Association indicates by data that death rates are 90% lower in instances in a sprinklerized building than a non-sprinklerized building. Okay. That's all my questions for now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Trosas.
Thanks. I'll make it brief. Appreciate it. So can you just talk to me about how these changes that are before us tonight could particularly benefit affordable housing projects by reducing construction costs? And perhaps someone from the housing department needs to talk to us about that.
I think maybe I'll take an initial crack at it, Mayor Pro Tem Trosas. I think the intent of the proposed changes with the single stairwell is intended to lower the construction cost by not requiring buildings of up to 6 stories to have a second stairwell. By reducing the building cost and making it more feasible for the project to move forward, it certainly creates more capacity for housing. And with that comes hopefully the benefit of more reduced cost. We also have the local affordable housing inclusionary ordinance of 15%. So any new development that happens, there has to be the creation of new affordable housing. So as you're facilitating market rate housing, obviously you do have the carry along effect of in Santa Monica, the additional 15% of affordable. I see Jing has gotten up and she's much more proficient than I am on this issue. But
Yeah.
Jing, if there's
I'm
anything
sorry,
else to add.
I wasn't sure whether you were asking about the high rise or the single stair, because there's two things. Certainly on the single stair, with the limitation.
Sorry, I was
number of
single
units
stair
per floor. That's a pretty limited number of units in a building, and I would say mostly the 100% affordable housing projects, that we see are, 50, 60, 100 units. Like they're pretty substantially larger than that. I think the changing of the definition certainly of the high rise, will address, I think, some of the cost issues that, because above there were certain, requirements that were added that might alleviate some of that, but that's sort of talking in theory, obviously. The change to the high rise, might be more impactful probably than the single stair, just given the kinds of projects we see for affordable housing in Santa Monica.
Got it. Thanks. Because I think we've talked a lot right here about safety, but the need to produce more affordable housing at more cost-effective rates, I think, is important. So it's important that we address that. Can we ensure that the affordable housing developers have the same access to the streamlined AMMR process?
Yes, we'll make sure.
Okay. And then finally, I would just say that, I would be interested in ensuring that we're monitoring outcomes over time, like peer review, post-occupancy safety audits, et cetera. I know we've talked about that, but there have been, different conjecture about what could or could not happen if we do this. I just think it's important that if we adopt this tonight, that we are ensuring that we're reporting back regularly on outcomes. Thanks.
Okay. I have a couple questions. You mentioned earlier in terms of like the groups that you worked with, and sorry, it's getting late, but I thought you said YIMBY was one of the people you spoke to. Are they a lobbyist group, a pro-housing lobbyist group, or are they?
Pro-housing. It's,
But are they registered
yes,
lobbyists?
Yes,
or?
in my backyard.
No, I know what it is. Yeah. I'm asking though, are they a lobbyist group? Do we know?
I'm not sure. I know they're supportive of.
No,
Yeah.
I know, but I'm asking what that group is, because I know the YIMBY group that's like a lobbyist group for pro-housing. I know what it means, yes, in my backyard versus no in my backyard. But I was just curious if, when you engage, if we're engaging housing lobbyist groups, or I don't know if that's the process. Maybe it's allowed. I'm genuinely asking the question.
I know they're a part of the task group, so that's.
What were the groups again that are part of it?
I have several. I can send it to you because there's 17 different. There's also Cal Chiefs, but it's the Center for Building. It was the one who wrote the report. Let's see. It's State Fire Marshal, the Building Standards Commission, Housing and Community Development, CalBO is another one, building officials, Center for Building in North America, and YIMBY is another group that's represented in there. There's several others, but I could send them all to you.
Yeah. And then my other question was, like, you talked a little bit about fire truck equipment. So does this impact, once these projects, just to say, go forward, does this mean that you guys are going to have to buy new equipment?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Do we know potential, like, what the cost impact is to the fire department, to the city?
Matt?
I'm going to phone another friend.
We would have to look at, additional, probably another truck company, and then resources as far as personnel to staff that. So I don't have a figure off the top of my head, but ultimately, a new ladder truck would be in the range of, $1.2 to $2 million for that piece of equipment, and then of course the staffing to make that a part of our daily resource.
How does it work then if this goes forward and a project gets built, just for sake of this conversation, a year from now? And it goes through this process, at what point does it trigger purchasing a $1.2 million truck and require more staffing?
Well, we would have to look at the timeline associated with the different builds, and then ultimately start to forecast what that's going to mean to our call volume, to our current call volume. As it stands now, we're an extremely busy department, and so now we're adding additional housing units. That's going to increase our call volume. So we'd have to look at globally what that looks like. But at the end of the day, that second truck then becomes a second stairwell potentially. And so in addition to the call volume, we're going to look at that as a enhancement to this process. So
Matt, maybe you could speak to the standards of cover and how that would relate to the time in which it would trigger the need for additional resources.
Absolutely. So in an enhanced standard of cover, we're going to look at what this increase in population means to our call volume, and through a data analysis, make a determination on what resources are needed to meet response time data, call volume data, and then build out what that looks like for the future as it continues to grow through a standard of cover study and an updated standards of cover study.
And just to speak more plainly, as we get denser and we have projects moving forward with X amount of units that create this density you're talking about, potential households, at which point, is my question, does the infrastructure build out, meaning increase in firefighters and equipment, happen? Is it after these places are occupied? Is it once they're approved to be built, or is it once they're built?
Well, I think
from a fire protection planning perspective, given the standards that we have, the exceedingly high standards we have in Santa Monica, we don't haphazardly staff our fire operation. It's really based on, and every jurisdiction has different standards of cover. The standards of cover call for staffing levels, response times, types of equipment, apparatus. All that drives ultimately based on call volume and the types of calls that we're seeing. It's a process I know Matt and I have talked about, is engaged on an annual basis where we review all that data. When it hits certain triggering points on our response times and the types of calls, the standards of cover that we have then necessitate an expansion of our staffing levels, and that's one of the things that, and an expansion of our equipment levels so that we can meet the need and continue to respond in the manner that Santa Monica expects. That would be the analysis that we would go through to determine when it would be time to trigger, and we'd build that into a longer-term staffing plan.
So to be more concise about it, it's not when it's when the calls start rolling in.
Yes.
Okay, but you start to look at it.
Absolutely, yeah.
But then you wait. So it's not that it's an afterthought, but it's once calls start to increase, then you assess, okay, it's impacting us. Okay. The external staircase, is that like a New York style fire escape? No.
No, I'm going to bring Sia up though because he can explain exactly what it is. There is an external staircase that is allowed per code already, and it's not like a fire escape.
The current building code allows to have both interior stairways or exterior stairways. So having exterior stairway is nothing new. It's not just unique to this single exit proposal. When it's at the exterior, it's mostly outside. If you look at the footprint of the building, normally they put it on close to the exterior of the building. So one side has to be completely open. So the smoke does not accumulate. That's why they called it exterior stairway. And because it's open exterior stairway, it's open to outside, therefore does not need to be pressurized as we required. Versus interior stairway, because inside, surrounded by the building, has to be pressurized so the smoke doesn't get into. But because the exterior, the smoke is not accumulated because it's open to the exterior.
But is the maintenance for an exterior stairwell more? Like, is there more issues around maintenance? You know, I don't know, we're salt air beach city, so metal stairways getting rusted and things like that. I'm just curious because I know that's the thought process behind the fire escapes, that those are usually more costly and to maintain.
Correct. Those fire escapes typically made of metal is all, as you see in the movie. I have seen the movie, I have not seen it. And that's all metal. That's what may be exposed to atmosphere and corrosion. But this exterior stairway we're talking about is the same as the interior stairway. The only thing is pushed toward the outside the building. So you can have one side open, and therefore you don't need to have pressurization and any requirements as an interior stairway.
And then you were talking about like side yards and whether or not you needed it. And I just wanted to go back. Are we saying you don't need that, or you do need, because now there's going to have to be these other windows and things like that, right? And so I was trying to understand if we're talking about, because this is really about density and giving builders the opportunity to build more with the hope that it becomes more affordable. I have comments on that later, but I'm envisioning that we keep referring to these more dense cities like New York or San Francisco, where the buildings are built smushed on top of each other. And so what were you referring to when you were talking about a side yard earlier?
I think it was mentioned about City of LA that requires to have 8-foot side yard setback. I think mostly that's because of the zoning requirement. When you have more than 2-story, as number of story increases, you have to increase the side yard setback. For example, 60-story building, you need to have 8-foot setback. I think that's what they refer to. Per building code, depends how the design is. For example, if my stairs lead the people to the behind, in the rear of the property, those people has to be directed to the street. So they have to go on the side of the building. And then, therefore, that side of the building becomes egress court. And the code requires to have a certain dimension, for example, 10 feet. If you're less than 10 feet, there are certain requirements. If the windows are facing that court, has to be protected so people feel safe, so the windows will not break into the face. So there are certain requirements, but as far as egress windows, as mentioned, fire department, the ladder, they have to put the ladders at certain angles to access the building. So if you go beyond the 3-story, you need to have more space so the ladder can have that angle that required for fire to fight the fires, to rescue the people from the windows.
This might be for the fire department. Thank you. Given the fires that we just experienced, and we were lucky enough to not have any structural damage, do we feel like this is, well, I have 2 questions. Do we feel like this is smart at this moment to do this? And with both the height and the single stairwell, especially combined, do we feel like this is producing unintended consequences for public safety, not just fires, but just overall?
Well, Chief can grab, I don't know if he has his shepherd's hook with me to pull me off of here, but obviously anytime we remove fire protection features, there's a concern for removal. And just like the fires that we saw, there was a couple big fires at the same time, the Palisades, the Eden, and resources took a little bit of time. I mean, the same thing happened. Yes, it was 30 years ago. We don't typically assess risk based on how often something happens. But when, say, a big earthquake happens, yes, we have automatic and mutual aid. But when those earthquakes hit LA, surrounding us and us, we're again isolated. That mutual aid is not guaranteed because they're going to be in their own jurisdictions. So there's obviously concerns with, removing the ordinance and the single stair.
And Jing, this is my last question. Maybe I'm assuming it might be for you. Can we make it mandatory that people actually, if they're going to utilize this, provide for these open spaces, as was mentioned in public comment, and these courtyards? And also with that, the idea is that you get these more family units, these larger units.
Yeah, I want to be careful to not cross over like the AMMR process, which is about like equivalency, for the building code versus a zoning standard.
Mm-hmm.
I always say, zoning doesn't kill anybody in the day, right? It's a malleable thing, and anything really in the zoning code, if you do through a state density, but like those things are all potentially, can be modified. The building code, this process, in my opinion, is much more rigorous. It's really relying on the technical expertise and a set of studies to ensure safety and equivalency. So I wouldn't want to cross over to that. If we just established a random like courtyard objective design standard, let's call it, right? Do this, that, and the other. And we do have those sorts of things actually in the zoning code. We do also see them quite regularly waved away, because at the end of the day, it's a development standard and it's not related, to this other more rigorous process.
So going to single stair does not mean that we will see more family-sized units, 3 bedrooms, et cetera?
I mean, I think it gives the opportunity, the flexibility, to do those kinds of things, right? That's certainly what we have heard from designers who are interested, in pursuing this, is just that opportunity for not having this particular requirement, does that open the opportunity for livability and all sorts of things. I think, we, as you can see in some of the comments and things like that. So it's not, but I think, crossing over into requiring something, I'm not sure that it would actually result in that being implemented.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Councilmember Ruskin?
Well, I think since we're through with questions, I'm going to make just some brief comments and then make a motion. This is, we can just share the photograph up there. So back when I lived in San Francisco, I lived in this 28-story single stair building. It had some metal fire escapes on the outside, but it had one interior staircase. And I think it was only 36 inches, if I remember correctly. And one night, when I was living there, I narrowly survived an apartment fire on the 15th floor. And firefighters saved my life, climbing up 15 stairs in a single stairwell while people were evacuating. And this building had a massive occupant load on the lower floors, one that we would never approve under these current standards, which have a strict 4-unit cap. And by the way, it wasn't the fire that nearly killed me, it was carbon monoxide and smoke. But I'm just bringing this up as a point that, I'm going to be supporting the staff's recommendations on page 1 of our staff report because it has been vetted by safety professionals and it's gone through rigorous due diligence and vetting through our team here. And I really appreciate the hard work that has gone into this. I don't think that, I think that the single stair requirement will give people more flexibility, and I'm hopeful that it'll open the door for more family-sized units, like the 3-bedroom apartments that we're desperately missing in our city. But given the 4-unit cap, I don't know if it's going to really lead to much more density the way it's designed. I'm curious to see what processes develop out of the state building code reforms, but we're not quite there yet. So with all that being said, I'm going to move the 2 staff recommended actions on page 1 of the staff report.
Second.
Does anybody have any other comments? I can Councilmember Zwick.
I'll just say that I, again, really appreciate the work that's been done here overall from our staff to work together across departments, to pull together as a city to achieve multiple goals, not just within the department, but across the city as a whole, to make our city better, stronger, more sustainable, more affordable. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
I just want to say that I understand, and thank you, staff and everybody who worked on this, but I understand that everyone is saying that this change is just about aligning the local definition of a building height with the state's definition, but for Santa Monica, I don't think it's just about technical alignment. It has real consequences for livability, for safety, and as we keep mentioning, affordability. I think our fire department ladders have limits. If we allow taller buildings under this new definition, we've heard that we have a process, but can our firefighters even reach residents in an emergency? I'm sure, of course, you guys would figure that out. But it just begs the question for me that we keep talking about, do we build out the infrastructure before we start changing these housing policies? After the Palisades fire, we should be extremely cautious about making changes that favor taller, denser construction without fully considering public safety holistically. It's really a smart move to, is it really a smart move to adjust AMR for builders when what we're getting in return is really not even guaranteed open space or true affordability? Second, I think these changes are being justified as making housing more affordable, but the truth is high-rise construction is the most expensive type of housing to build. And what we usually see from it is luxury market rate units, not deeply affordable homes. How does this change ensure affordability? We just heard that it's not going to guarantee these larger floor plans for families. How's it going to change this to ensure affordability rather than simply fueling more expensive development that doesn't address this housing crisis we keep talking about? And finally, there's more livability concerns. Tall buildings create shadows. We see it on Lincoln Boulevard. It's a dark tunnel now, wind tunnels, and it impacts pedestrians and neighbors. Where's the analysis on these impacts and how we will mitigate them? We don't talk about that. So, my questions are why now, why this way, and why without addressing the real impacts to our community first? We need to make sure that these adjustments serve the people who live here and not just align with Sacramento or ideals around housing and making it pencil out for developers. So I will not be supporting this. Councilmember Zernitskaya?
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to make some quick comments. Our goals in this program and a lot of other programs that we have recently passed or looking at and exploring are to provide more flexibility with how new homes can be built, to incentivize and make it easier to build more family-sized homes, and to make it more affordable to build new homes. This is not the end-all be-all solution to that, but this would be one of the tools in our toolbox towards addressing our housing shortage. This particular program has been thoroughly vetted by the fire department and by other building and safety professionals. And while we can't guarantee that any particular program will meet all of our needs, I believe that this will help get us closer to where we want to be. I do also just want to note that there are a lot of folks who live here currently, and I mentioned earlier the heat wave that we had experienced, and newer homes are typically outfitted with more modern appliances and things like air conditioning, which is, in my opinion, no longer a luxury. It is now a must-have in the context of the climate change that we're all experiencing. So I'm really grateful to the staff who worked so hard on putting this together, and to all of our council who made very thoughtful comments about this, even folks who have concerns, and I appreciate hearing those. I will be supporting this tonight because I think that this will move us forward and get us closer to our goals. So thank you.
Who made the motion? Councilmember Raskin, who seconded it? Made the motion. Zerniska seconded. Let's call the vote.
All right. Councilmember Zerniskaya?
Yes.
Councilmember Snell?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Terosis?
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin?
Yes.
Councilmember Hall?
Yes.
Councilmember Zwick?
Yes.
Mayor Negrete?
No.
Item 12A, introduction and first reading of an ordinance amending Article 6 of the Santa Monica Municipal Code to establish a permitting process and operational conditions for commercial cannabis uses. Introduction and first reading of an ordinance amending Article 9 of the Santa Monica Municipal Code to authorize commercial cannabis uses within certain zoning districts. Authorization for city manager to execute all necessary associated documents to accept the cannabis equity assessment. Adoption of a resolution establishing a cannabis equity program, and adoption of a fee resolution establishing a non-city-based cannabis delivery permit fee and cannabis retailer permit fees. I got it for you.
We have one speaker. Oh, it's speakers after.
You have the clicker?
Yeah.
Okay.
You lived in that building?
Yeah. Good evening, Mayor, Council. Good evening and good morning, maybe. I'm Tony Kim, Principal Planner in the City Planning Division. I'm joined by members of the planning team. We've got Anna Fernandez here, Shira Moak, who unfortunately is feeling ill but is tuning in. Hello, Shira. We also have Haley Favre-Smith from the Finance Department, Dan Mick, Code Enforcement. Yes, so we are here pursuant to council direction, and after a few years of work to get here, we're very pleased to present to you the proposed adult use cannabis program for Santa Monica. Before you tonight are two ordinances for first reading. One ordinance is to amend the zoning ordinance to allow cannabis retailers in non-residential zones with some locational restrictions, as well as an ordinance amending Article 6 of the Municipal Code, dealing with more of the regulatory procedures, operational conditions, permitting processes for cannabis. And also pursuant to council direction, the proposal includes a social equity program with a review of the cannabis equity assessment that was prepared tonight. I should also mention we have our consultant, SCI Consultants, and Kyle Tankard online as well. Should you have any questions about the cannabis equity assessment, they're the ones who prepared the cannabis equity assessment, which informed the proposed equity program, which is before you. In addition to the equity program, staff is proposing a few potential options to augment the equity program for council's future consideration. These include employment hiring requirements for cannabis retailers to hire equity eligible employees, as well as possibly requiring cannabis retailers to carry products from equity businesses, and also reinvestment into the community and entrepreneurship programs from the revenue from these cannabis retailers. And just to recap what previous council direction has been, it was to permit legal adult use cannabis uses of all types in all non-residential zones with some locational buffers. And these buffers include 600 feet from sensitive uses, and these sensitive uses are defined by the state as schools, daycare facilities, and youth centers. So that 600-foot buffer from sensitive uses would be consistent with state guidelines. In addition, council directed that there be a 300-foot buffer between cannabis uses, as well as a limitation on no more than one cannabis use per block. In addition to that, council had directed staff to pursue a standard equity program that would prioritize individuals who qualify for the equity program while not requiring additional staffing to implement the program. So backing up a little bit to kind of recap how we got here, the city first authorized cannabis uses with the comprehensive zoning update that was adopted in 2015. And at that time, council authorized 2 medicinal cannabis retailers in the city. In 2017, the council adopted amendments to Article 6 to incorporate cannabis regulations and definitions to augment those zoning approvals. After a lengthy selection process, the city had received dozens of applications for those 2 medicinal cannabis retailer spots. 2 were ultimately selected, and in late 2021 and early 2022, conditional use permits were approved for those 2 medicinal retailers. In November of 2022, Measure HMP was approved by the voters, which established cannabis taxes. In June of 2023, the City Council held its first study session on cannabis. And in November of 2023, an IZO was adopted, which permitted medicinal retailers to sell adult use cannabis upon direction of council. Last year in January, the city was awarded a $40,000 state grant to conduct an equity assessment. And in April, the council had a second study session on cannabis equity and also to discuss locational requirements. In September, the Planning Commission also held a study session on cannabis. And then in March of this year, the city was awarded a second state grant for the development of a cannabis equity program. And in June, the Planning Commission reviewed the proposed zoning ordinance text amendments and recommended that the council adopt those amendments. For a little context, this is a map showing the location of the 2 operational cannabis retailers in Santa Monica. One is located at 925 Wilshire Boulevard and the other at 1418 Wilshire Boulevard. This also shows some regional context and shows the locations of other licensed cannabis retailers outside of Santa Monica. So the proposed text amendments before you tonight for the zoning ordinance, the existing medicinal cannabis section would be deleted and replaced with the new cannabis retailer section. And that section includes the locational requirements that the council had directed, the 600-foot buffer from sensitive uses, 300-foot buffer between other cannabis uses, and no more than one cannabis business per block. It would allow cannabis retail in all non-residential zoning districts. It would add cannabis retailer as an active use, which would allow the use on the ground floor of certain commercial districts. And it would also amend the land use classification for cannabis retailers. So as staff began to think more about the implementation of the locational requirements, particularly the 300-foot buffer between cannabis uses and the limit on one per block, it became apparent to us that it would be hard to implement. So the business license office would process the applications for cannabis retailers. And in processing regulatory permits, they often allow applications to be submitted in a variety of ways and application fees to be paid in a variety of ways. And issues came up as to how we would be able to track these applications, where the locations are, who came in first, in what order. Would we establish waiting lists for other uses within these buffers, how long could a location be held before we could release it. It just created a lot of uncertainty that applicants would face as well as for staff, which would also present, I think, opportunities for litigation and just delay the implementation of the cannabis program overall. So there were some issues trying to figure out the implementation of these requirements. So in order to simplify the cannabis permit process and provide more certainty for applicants, staff is asking council to reconsider the requirement for the 300-foot buffer between cannabis uses and the limit for 1 per block. The Planning Commission, upon their review of the ordinance for the zoning text amendments in June, adopted a resolution to recommend to council the adoption of the ordinance. As part of their discussion of the equity program, they suggested perhaps a broader equity program that would benefit not just cannabis-related businesses, but could also potentially benefit small local businesses and other entrepreneurs. In addition, they felt that the equity program should not result in processes and barriers that delay commencement of the cannabis program. With that, I'll turn it over to Haley to discuss the proposed changes to Article 6.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council. My name is Haley Favre-Smith. I'm the Business and Revenue Operations Manager in the Finance Department. I oversee the Revenue Division, which includes the business license team. I'll be providing a high-level overview of the proposed updates to the Santa Monica Municipal Code, Chapter 6.200, which governs cannabis-related business operations in our city. These proposed revisions aim to create a streamlined permitting process and reduce the barriers to compliant operations for future cannabis retailers. So let's dive into the primary proposed changes, starting with the application and the permit process. So under the current code, the process for issuing medicinal cannabis retailer permits include a competitive selection process through a formal request for applications. An evaluation committee was established to review, score, and rank submissions based on criteria established by the current municipal code. This resulted in the selection of the current 2 permittees. The proposed changes would eliminate these requirements and be realigned with the city's broader approach to business licensing and regulatory permits. Under this framework, there would be no limit on the number of applications or permits issued, provided that each applicant met the newly established requirements. Building on that, the city is also introducing a new component, which would be the cannabis delivery permit. The current version of the code does not have a provision for cannabis deliveries from retailers located outside of the Santa Monica jurisdiction. We are introducing a new cannabis delivery permit for non-city-based retailers for those that deliver within the city limits without a storefront in Santa Monica. These businesses must still apply for a local business license and a cannabis delivery permit, show proof of state licensure and compliance with their home city. With the cannabis permits in place, it's equally important to reiterate the importance of ongoing compliance and to maintain active oversight. That's why we recommend the next 3 revisions, which include cannabis retailer permits are not transferable, permits must be renewed annually, and the city retains the authority to conduct inspections. These areas exist in the current Muni Code, and they are generally understood principles, but staff thought it was important that we affirm and clarify these requirements in Section 6.200. Now, staying in compliance is key, but it's not the only safeguard in place. To further protect the city, every permit holder also would be required to sign an indemnification agreement. This added requirement is intended to further protect public resources and limit the city's exposure to liability by ensuring that cannabis retailers take full responsibility of their operations. And finally, we recommend the elimination of outdated and redundant code sections. We are proposing to eliminate chapters 6.201, 6.202, and 6.203. These chapters focus on the following: medicinal cannabis retailers, which is now covered under the revised 6.200, light manufacturing, which is no longer a permitted use due to the expiration of the interim zoning ordinance, and a prohibition of non-medicinal cannabis operations, which is now permitted under the new cannabis framework. So now I'm going to walk you through the process, the proposed cannabis application submittal process. I recognize that this flowchart is a little hard to see. So essentially what will happen is this process will mirror closely the existing business license and regulatory permitting process with one key addition, a pre-application submittal phase, also known as phase 1. So phase 1 would be required if there is a minimum distance requirement between cannabis retailers and a limit of 1 per block in order to map and track these applications. So here's how it'll work. Applicants will begin phase 1 by submitting a pre-application. This would include a business license tax application, a zoning review form and the zoning review fee, a property owner acknowledgement form, along with their equity application acknowledgement. Once submitted, staff will review the proposed location to determine if it complies with the 300-foot buffer and the 1 retailer per block requirement. If the location is compliant, the applicant will be notified of the acceptance and a 300-foot buffer will be established around that site. This buffer would prevent any other applicants within the radius from being processed. As previously mentioned by planning staff, there could be issues with trying to implement the buffer and pre-block requirements, which would create uncertainty for applicants during the pre-application phase. To allow for adequate time to complete the submission, applicants would have 6 months to complete phase 1. Once the application moves into phase 2, the remaining documents would be submitted, which would include the cannabis retailer permit application, proof of insurance, the indemnification agreement, and payment. Additionally, the state requirements such as the seller's permit, the state license, and copies of the applicable state required plans also must be provided. The application would then move into phase 3, which is the review and approval process. Once all requirements are met and the applicable approvals are received by the city or from the city departments, the business license certificate and the cannabis retailer permit would be issued. Should council decide to not move forward with the buffer requirement, the cannabis retailer permit would go through 2 phases instead of 3. The application submission process and then the internal city reviews, streamlining the process and providing more certainty for applicants. Now, let's take a closer look at the cannabis fees. So currently, adult use and medicinal retailers pay a cannabis retailer fee in the amount of $1,991.84, in addition to the applicable local taxes and fees. The permit fee is calculated based on the staff time when the medicinal cannabis program was established. At this time, staff is recommending that council defer any increase in the fee until the adult cannabis program is fully operational. This delay will allow the city to gain a more accurate understanding of the time and resources required to process applications and establish a fee structure that reflects actual costs, ensuring a fair and efficient entry into compliant operations. Staff is also proposing a new fee in the amount of $65.74 for the non-city cannabis delivery permit. This fee reflects the estimated time required to process the applications and verify compliance both with state and local regulations. Given the limited scope of the review expected for these types of applications, the process is anticipated to be minimal, which is appropriately reflected in the modest fee amount. Finally, it's important to note that the cannabis retailers will be required to pay all applicable city fees and taxes as part of their ongoing operations. In summary, these proposed revisions aim to create a clearer, more efficient, and more consistent regulatory environment for cannabis businesses in our city. Thank you for your time, and I'll now be turning it over to Ana Fernandez, Associate Planner.
Okay, good evening. Okay, I'm going to be talking about social equity as it relates to cannabis. So cannabis social equity begins with acknowledging the trends of disproportionate impacts upon certain groups due to the criminalization of cannabis. Equity programs aim to disrupt those trends by creating opportunities for those impacted groups in order to help them succeed in the legal cannabis market, and then decreasing the disparities between the groups that are less impacted. So the development of a cannabis equity program begins on a foundation of an equity assessment, and that's based on a data-driven analysis to document the impact of cannabis criminalization in our city. The analysis informs the findings, which I'll discuss in a bit, and those findings are used to develop the program components and the eligibility criteria. So for an equity assessment analysis that was conducted by our consultant and in partnership with staff, it's important for us to understand the felt impacts of cannabis convictions in our city. And for that, we provided an array of opportunities to provide feedback, including an online survey, community workshops, stakeholder interviews, and community-led discussions. All of these efforts yielded key themes of significant financial, regulatory, and societal barriers that inhibit the entry and success of impacted groups in the legal cannabis industry. Cannabis-related arrest rates and types were analyzed from 1993 to 2023, and that data was coupled with demographic data informed by our census, which was analyzed to identify the most disproportionately affected groups and develop the following findings. One, unrestricted permitting and licensing may have consequences that are unintended. Program eligibility criteria should prioritize those most harmed by cannabis enforcement. Application and permitting processes present barriers to entry. Systemic barriers limit access to the regulated marketplace. Equity applicants are vulnerable to exploitative partnerships. Stakeholder engagement and education are crucial to the program's success. Past convictions have long-term and generational consequences. Lack of workforce development limits equitable participation. Sustainable program funding is critical to its success and the long-term effectiveness of the program. Community reinvestment is key to providing community-wide equity program benefits, and ongoing data collection and evaluation of the program are essential to its success as well. So based on the findings that were developed in the equity assessment, staff's proposed eligibility criteria aim to address those who have historically been shown to be the most impacted as described in the assessment. This includes those that have been or have immediate family members who have been arrested or convicted for a cannabis-related offense, have an income at or below 80% of the area median income for LA County, have at least 3 non-overlapping years as a current or previous resident, as a K-12 student, or as a business owner. And we're also proposing to require that the equity applicants have majority ownership in order to maintain decision-making power. The following core program elements and services are recommended by staff to be implemented immediately as part of a streamlined and efficient program, which was required by the council prior. Fee waivers or deferrals, expedited processing and review, exemptions from the buffer requirements and limitations on the number of cannabis uses per block, provisional approval prior to securing a location, required disclosure of ownership and profit sharing agreements to ensure equity applicants are protected, connect applicants with existing business development and industry resources, refer applicants to pre-vetted legal aid groups and small business assistance providers to administer those services directly to them, collaborate with the county DA's office and the public defender for expungement workshops, continue to update the existing city cannabis equity webpage, work with the city's DEI office to market the program, and targeted outreach to historically impacted communities. Subject to the availability of state funding, the city could expand the program beyond the core elements I just described to include direct financial assistance in the form of startup grants or fee waivers to equity applicants to cover a portion of the costs of licensing fees, professional services, or first-year operating expenses, lease assistance or rent subsidies for a limited term to help equity applicants secure compliant locations, and expanded legal and technical support, such as one-on-one professional services, vouchers to subsidize access to vetted legal, financial, and technical consultants, and funding for compliance readiness checks, such as pre-inspection walkthroughs to help applicants meet local and state requirements before final inspections. Due to the limited staff resources, our budget, and the opportunities in the cannabis industry, staff recommends future considerations, as Tony alluded to before, to support equity, including employment and product inclusion and community reinvestment. These two programs could include encouraging cannabis businesses to employ best practices in hiring equity-eligible populations to promote economic inclusion, offering incentives to cannabis businesses that meet or exceed equity hiring benchmarks, encouraging cannabis retail businesses to sell cannabis products from licensed cannabis equity businesses, dedicating a percentage of local cannabis tax revenue specifically for community reinvestment, establishing the Community Reinvestment Fund to finance long-term social equity initiatives, and exploring other state and federal grant opportunities that support economic development and social equity initiatives in the city. So staff recommends that the City Council adopt an ordinance amending Article 6, adopt an ordinance amending Article 9, authorize the city manager to execute documents accepting the equity assessment, adopt a resolution establishing the equity program, adopt a resolution establishing cannabis retailer permit fees and non-city-based cannabis delivery permit fees. And with that, we conclude our presentation and staff is available for any questions. Thank you.
Does anyone have any questions? If there's no questions, we can move into comments or a motion. Oh, sorry, we have to hear public comment. This is a hearing. We have one. Is this person here?
I think so.
Justin Palmore.
How you doing, Mayor and council members? The only thing that we have to say, we're a part of Harvest, me and my partners, operators. We've seen the different social equity programs in every city, their failures. We just have a couple of comments. One, we suggest that there is mentorship, because the big tragedy that will happen for sure with the program is that just because if you look at the criteria for social equity, you're low income, you're a victim of crime, that doesn't give you business acumen. So if you have the majority of decision-making power, what can you do with that? And what partner would be willing to front 99% of the money and give someone 99% of the majority of decision-making? That's a failed situation. And the problem is that it will give the social equity a level of entitlement that they won't ever be able to capitalize on, because no one is going to put up all the money, have the resources, and give someone with that criteria all of the decision making. I think it should be a more balance, and there should be a mentor program. Us at Harvest, we have a lot of resources, a lot of experience. I'm social equity. We've done a whole bunch in the space, and you guys really need mentorship in order to guarantee the success, because without a clear path, there's no way that people with the criteria are going to be able to match up with business owners. Even if you decide to give a certain amount of fee waivers, okay, you still have to run the business. Where's the business acumen at? Where, if you look at the criteria that you're saying, there's no, where do you get it from? You have to get it from partnerships. I succeeded through partnerships, and I was already kind of successful. So getting with more successful people, I learned where to fold them and where to hold them at. If you have no experience, you will not know that. You will not be successful. And at the end of the day, that leads for no success for the city, no success for the programs, especially if you bunch up so many together. Who will win? If you have businesses outside of your city, they're all competing. Where will be the success for your homegrown Santa Monica businesses at? Just a bunch of competition, and we really super suggest mentorship, because with the mentorship, we can go through every application and each person and help guide them to victory. because without that, it'll be just like every other program, a failure. And a failure in the program means your bottom line of the taxes and the revenue that you're trying to get from it, you won't get. You'll be giving out a bunch of grants and they'll be able to get to stage 2. They have a license. Now what? You have to operate. You still have to hire. You still have to delegate. Where did you learn to delegate at? You need business partners. So just in me by myself, it would have been impossible. Having great business partners like we do at Harvest, it made it very much a reality. So we're just suggesting mentorship. Don't just throw them out there in the water, because if you read the criteria, where's the acumen at? It's not there in the criteria, so they will not succeed.
Thank you. I do have a question about or I don't know if it's a question or comment, to the point that we are going to do this equity piece. Well, two things. One, I do think my comments are just that putting too many on one block does create a competition that kind of takes away from the success of a smaller operator by saturating the blocks. I don't really understand why it would prohibit people. I think we're going from only having like 2 in the city to, so whoever applies, I don't get that part. I don't think there's a shortage of people who, that are people are going to apply for this once they figure out that Santa Monica is an opportunity, whether we do a limited amount or not. The other comment is to the speaker's point. I totally agree that wherever we can actually not just throw fee waivers or money and call that equity, that we figure out a real path to success for people. And that does mean mentorship. That means figuring out how to fill out the applications, how to go for loans if needed, how to run the business and all the operations, and whether it's public-private partnerships are developed within the city. I do think that that's something that we need to consider. Councilmember Raskin, and then I think Mayor Pro Tem Trosas is ready to move the item, but if you guys have comments or...
Yeah, I was actually going to make a motion, but I'll maybe let Councilmember Trosas do it. I see your point about the proximity issue. I kind of see it a different way. Oftentimes the prevailing wisdom is with customer serving retail and hospitality uses like bars and restaurants. When you do have multiple uses in close proximity, it actually facilitates more use of both. People will go to one and then shop at the next one. People will go to one bar, order drinks, and then go to the next one. So I think that there is an opportunity for synergy in a way that is maybe not as competitive as you think, but I'm open to revisiting this in the future if it doesn't work. So before I move, just one quick question for the staff team, and thank you so much for all the work that's gone into this. I know it's a long time coming here, but with respect to the question about mentorship and training, I thought that training, or at least professional training, was one topic that was discussed in the equity plan. Maybe if you could just clarify that.
I just wanted to clarify that I think one of the topics that the gentleman was alluding to is in terms of mentorship, it starts to get into the realm of technical assistance for the applicants, and that, which I talked about in the presentation, is something that we can pursue grant funding for type 2. That is actually for direct technical assistance once the program is established, but we don't have the staff or the resources at the present time to build that into the equity program now.
Got it. Okay. With that, I'll move the staff recommendations with the amendment that we remove the proximity provisions that were referenced.
I'll second that, but I just wanted to provide a quick note of direction, if that's okay.
Yeah, I have 2 speakers in there, but go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Oh, I was just going to say this is something I've worked on professionally I would really encourage our staff to liaise with the county's Office of Cannabis Management that is offering and putting together right now an entrepreneurship boot camp for the social equity applicants, including grants and loans. I think that there's some economies of scale here. We know that a lot of these social equity programs have failed, like the speaker mentioned. And I do think that having mentorship, technical assistance, legal assistance, and like a cohort of folks going through this could be useful. And Icon Community Development Corporation is the one that's doing that for the county. So I just would provide a little bit of additional direction to further flesh out that aspect of the social equity program. Thanks.
Councilmember Zweck.
Yeah, I'll be supporting the item tonight, and I won't belabor it because I know it's late, and I hear my colleagues. But I do share some of the concerns that, by prioritizing people who might have a difficult time launching a business, in which they would probably need to rely on equity partners, and then saying that the equity partners can't have a majority stake in the business. I do hesitate to think that there will be a lot of people who are able to do both. I'm just curious about if staff has seen this work in other jurisdictions and how it has worked.
You're speaking to the mentorship and the partnerships?
I'm speaking to the requirements or the I guess the program eligibility that would, I guess, does it confer some sort of preference in terms of awarding permits, or in terms if you meet the program eligibility, or?
No, the eligibility requirements would identify who the equity applicants are and could take advantage of the equity program and the program elements, such as the fee waivers, priority processing of applications.
That's what I meant, priority processing, things like that, right? So then with those requirements, conviction history, low income status, there's also a requirement that that person maintain majority ownership.
Yes.
And the question is, those pairings together, have we seen those work in other jurisdictions?
It's a mixed bag from from anecdotally from the other jurisdictions we've spoken to. Each jurisdiction has a variety of different eligibility requirements. Some have worked, some haven't. A lot of jurisdictions establish their equity program. They establish eligibility criteria and often have to go and amend those criteria or elements of the program based on how things are working, the pool of applicants they may or may not get. So there seems to be a lot of fine-tuning that has to happen in most cases, which could happen here as well. But based on kind of those best practices and criteria we have seen from other jurisdictions, what we've proposed is kind of taking those lessons and experiences and trying to best come up with our own local criteria.
Yeah, thank you.
Sure.
Councilmember Snell.
I know it's late, so if I understand correctly, I mean, in this equity program, we haven't established where a mentorship program could be handled. Have we looked to some of our other nonprofits outside the city to maybe bridge that gap, and then looking for funding to be able to do something like that? Because obviously it makes some sense that to maybe go outside to get that kind of mentorship. And I mean, I know it's tough to find the money, but that would be a way to maybe bridge this equity program with that.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, and just to put a finer point on, it's not that we don't have any of those resources. The city's own EDD team, regularly refers people out to external partners who provide the service at low or no cost. And as Councilmember Terosas noted, we have been in communication, with the county and, are aware of the resources that they're standing up, that could provide sort of that cohort level training. So I think, in this initial phase with We do not have an office of cannabis, in the city
Right.
and the resources. So kind of right-sizing it, to what we have. There'll definitely be a strong reliance on referring people to external partners, linking people to those resources, and then being able to apply for the Type 2 grant, that gets grant money to provide direct technical assistance. And so, the program that's been put together is an amalgamation of the best practices. I guess, the long and short of it is, we're pretty late to the game, when it comes to this. So we have the advantage of learning from a lot of cities that have come before us, learning from their experiences, and being able to sort of pull from that and sort of create a program that makes sense for, our city and the level of interest and, what we're seeing in this industry. But I think we're also seeing, a broader desire to provide, linking to entrepreneurship, like business development, those sorts of things, potentially even beyond the cannabis industry, right? There's a lot of, just planting the seed here, no pun intended, but to be able to grow, to something more. So.
Yeah, and it's, I would think that those kind of things would be able to, when someone's getting into this kind of program, that you would know, I guess from our standpoint, maybe we don't haven't established it, but you would probably be able to direct them to those kind of sources, and then obviously also maybe discuss what kind of grant funding is available for that.
Absolutely.
With the nonprofit. Okay.
So I just want to be clear, your item does accept this more than one per block. I just want to point out, I caution against it during this time. That in theory, might work in times when we don't have the economic issues we have now, but I am a retail operator, not in the cannabis space. But when the other music store closed, we saw an increase. When other music stores opened around us, we saw a decrease in business. So I'm just saying that as somebody who actually runs a brick and mortar retail store in 2 different cities, that now is a different time. I understand that like the idea with restaurants and bars are a little bit different than with cannabis. I think it's sort of speaking out of both sides of our mouths. Let's give people an opportunity to be successful entrepreneurs in a space where, they weren't able to, and in fact became part of the criminal justice system. But by the way, we're also going to cannibalize it with multiple people who might be huge, more successful entrepreneurs right next door to them. It makes no sense, in my opinion. And why do you need more than one in one block when you could have one a block over? It's, I caution you, if we're going to say that this is about equity, you're not building we're not creating a landscape that's providing for success. That's part of it. Yes. Oh, Councilmember Snow.
We haven't established like a limit of cannabis stores in our community, have we? Like,
no, we kind of opened it up.
Has we ever had any discussion about that?
Yes.
In any of the time? I mean, before I don't know. It's before my time. That maybe, a limit would be 20 or something like that.
That discussion came and went, and now we've opened it up. But I think as we speak to one per block, that's where we could say, and I'm talking about the equity piece, guys. Like,
right, I understand that, but you're right. I mean, the more cannabis stores, it dilutes the fact with respect to it. So we've never talked about a limit. You have.
We did before about, like, do we limit, there can only be X amount in the city?
Mm-hmm.
And then we looked at maps first, and then it was about how many we can have in the city. And then the majority vote was to go broad and wide and not limit it, to invite people to come and to apply. But I think right now where we're past those points, is where we could limit it is the per block. We could say only one per block.
But I also think that a maximum in the city too. Could you imagine having one per block through the entire city? That would be.
I know.
I mean, I know there's limitations about being on schools and those kind of things. And I'm probably talking to something that you've talked already, but I would think that we would want to think about a limit with respect to our city.
Okay, Councilmember Raskin.
Well, I hear what you're saying, Mayor, and maybe in the spirit of compromise, we could revisit this issue after we get maybe our first 5 or 6 applicants.
I just, if you don't mind, I'm going to engage in this conversation with you. I just caution you that, like, I'm aware of somebody who has lots of money and is powerful and will be able to put a successful location up quickly. But what I worry about is the person who doesn't have the access that the gentleman just aforementioned, right? Who struggles to get there. I I understand that because I've lived that and I live that. So I understand how hard it could be to compete with someone who can stand up a business like that because they have the finances and access to do it. And then the person who's trying to compete with them potentially on the same block. It does a disservice to what we're trying to create in terms of equity and entrepreneurship for people who don't normally have access to entrepreneurship.
Yeah, I mean, I
don't know why we need more cannabis on one block. Like, if we're allowing it in the whole city, why do we need it to have two or three on one block?
I hear you. I mean, I think it's a little bit more nuanced. I mean, I think part of the reason why, and correct me if I'm wrong, there was the recommendation to remove this was not just the competition issue, but other regulatory challenges involved with having those barriers there. And I think it was cleaner, right, to remove that from our code.
Could we do it in the reverse, where if we start seeing people, all of a sudden, everything's around having it in two in the same block, then we come and revisit it, as opposed to the other way around? Because once you do it, you can't undo it. But if we start seeing that, oh my gosh, we're getting a concentration of applicants in this area and our rules are too strict, now we could come back and have the discussion about allowing more per block. But until it becomes a problem, I don't think we should create the problem.
I'm still in favor for removing it now for the reasons that staff articulated.
Okay.
I mean,
You guys should talk to business owners in the future, just because this is all theoretical. But
I know what you're talking about. I mean, it's more nuanced than that, though. I mean, there are circumstances where smaller businesses benefit from the marketing and presence of a large retailer. That's like the mattress store.
But have you owned a mattress store to say that? I can tell you I've owned two stores. Like, I'm telling you as someone who owns two music shops. And when Guitar Center closed, we saw an increase. When the rock shop thing opened next to us, we saw a decrease. It's just, okay, we don't need to go back and forth. But you're keeping to yours. Did you have any other substitute motions or? No. And Councilmember Zwick.
I'd love to vote, but I do want to say I think we are confusing a few issues. I think when we talk about equity, we're mainly talking about access to capital. The equity of having the block to yourself is not the equity. The equity component is having access to capital to open a store. Yes, of course, if there are more shops, there will be more competition, but whether it's on your block or not, I don't think makes a substantial difference as opposed to the general, saturation of businesses in your vicinity. The block thing was an attempt to not create districts that are just full of pot shops. I get that, but I also get staff's point that based on, when you're sussing out a place, when you're trying to apply for a place, when you're otherwise trying to open up a business, you could go through all of your due diligence and be about to sign a lease and then find out that 299 feet from you, someone put in an application, 1 hour before you did, and then all your work is gone. And that's not really an element of certainty that you're hoping to create for people who are trying to start a business. So as much as I would love to not necessarily have one block become our pot row, I think in general, all of these regulations that we're talking about are sort of imagining some gold rush that has, as staff has mentioned, passed us by about 10 years. The industry is bad right now. Stores are closing. A lot of the applicants, has been noted, that have applied under equity programs in the past have lost money as opposed to made any. So in general, I mean, I think we're trying to regulate for a problem that doesn't exist right now, for better or worse, as much as I'd love to make some money off of this. In general, I want to make sure that we prioritize equity applicants and that they actually have the resources they need to succeed. I don't think they're going to succeed and fall based on a cap in terms of the amount of stores that we create. It has more to do with the resources that we provide them to get the capital and get off the ground. And I'd love to call the question when we can.
Sorry, I just had a quick comment / question. So I hear kind of both sides of this, and I understand kind of the arguments on either side, but just wanted to clarify. So I think that comment first. So I think that folks who are trying to enter the cannabis retail space here in Santa Monica will likely be doing their due diligence to see what other potential stores are going up around them. And to that end, will we have some sort of transparency for business owners to see what potential permits are in progress, so somebody could look it up and see, oh, if I want to open a cannabis store on this block and there's already one there and I don't want that competition for my store, I'm going to go elsewhere? Is that?
Yes, if we were to implement the buffer requirement and the limits per block, we would have to come up with a mapping system to provide that transparency and that information to prospective
But even
retailers.
sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but even if we don't have that restriction, are we still able to provide that kind of transparency so people can make that choice for their business if they don't want to be next to or very close to another retailer so as to limit the amount of competition?
Yeah, we could provide that information if, as we get retailers and licenses approved, we could provide that on a map to show where approved retailers are. We can also provide information as to where sensitive uses are and buffers for those types of things to help potential applicants.
Okay, and are we only able to show where approved permits are, or are we also able to show where proposed permits are as well?
That gets into if it's a process that does not involve the buffer requirements and the limits per block, it would be easier to provide information as to where applications are currently in process. That is something that, we could look into.
Okay. I would be very much in favor of that, assuming we go with the option of not having a buffer zone. I do think that folks should be able to locate their businesses wherever it makes the most sense for them, and to be able to make that decision of if there's going to be another business that's substantially or fairly similar, they might want to locate theirs elsewhere. And I get there's a lot of other considerations for a business owner, like where can I get a lease and that kind of thing. So, all right. So I just wanted to provide that as direction. So thank you for the clarification.
Let's call the question.
Councilmember Janetskaya?
Yes.
Councilmember Snell?
Yes.
Mayor Potem Terosas?
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin?
Yes.
Councilmember Hall?
Yes.
Councilmember Zwick?
Yes.
Mayor Negrete?
No, and I'll explain my no vote. I just think there was some more thought that could have gone into it, and I hope that we can really fulfill this equity support system in a genuine way. That's it.
Just need a second to set myself up.
What's happening?
Okay, moving on to the 16 items. Councilmember Hall has requested to pull items 16I and 16L. So do we want to entertain a motion to adopt 16E through H and 16J through K?
Mayor, I'll move items 16E through H, J, and K.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah, that's fine. So sorry, can you just say the items again?
Items 16E, Echo, through H, Hotel, J, and K.
Okay, anybody want to second that?
I'll second that.
Councilmember Zanetskaya?
Yes.
Councilmember Snell? Yes. Mayor Potem Terosas?
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin?
Yes.
Councilmember Hall?
Yes.
Councilmember Zwick?
Yes.
And Mayor Negrete?
Yes.
Item 16A, appointments to 3 unscheduled vacancies for terms ending June 30, 2026, and 3 unscheduled vacancies for terms ending on June 30, 2028 to the Downtown Santa Monica Incorporated Board. So there are 12 applicants for these seats. I would suggest that council do them in 2 sets. So you would vote for the terms ending 2026 first, and then do the second set of 2028. The 12 candidates are Adam Badawi, Sean Besser, Richard Bloom, Alexander Brown, Gleam Davis, Albin Gillich, Jonathan Gregory, Jeff Jarrow, Judy Kruger, Hodge Patterson, Elaine Polachek, and Thomas Sullivan.
Council, can I recommend that, well, I'll go ahead and just make a motion that we do this all as one bunch. The 3 highest vote getters will get the terms ending in 2028, and spots 4 through 6 will get the terms ending in 2026.
Second.
That was very quiet. Okay, so do we have to vote on that?
Yes. Raskin, Zwick.
Oh.
Okay. Councilmember Zwick?
Yes.
Councilmember Hall?
No.
Councilmember Raskin?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Terosis?
No.
Councilmember Snell?
No.
Councilmember Zernat-Skaya?
Could you please repeat the motion?
So top 3 vote getters by rank choice will get the terms ending in 2028. Spots 4 through 6 will be the terms ending in 2026.
No, thank you.
And Mayor Negrete?
I got your back, Alice, yes.
Great. Well, that motion still fails 3 to 4.
It was just for efficiency, so I don't know.
So we're going to go with 16A first?
Well, you need 3 candidates or 3 candidates for the term ending 2026. Mayor Pro Tem Terosis, did you have a question or a comment?
No, I just want to nominate some people.
Oh, okay, cool.
Wait, aren't we scanning
That-
the?
Well, we have to set it up first.
Nominate people first.
Yeah.
Okay, oh, I see, sorry. Duh. Oh, but you're in the queue, so are we?
All right. Mayor Pro Tem Terosis?
Okay.
Yeah, I would like to nominate Polachek, Patterson.
Are we doing one?
Oh, sorry. Should I not do that?
Are we doing one?
We're doing the first term set, which is 2026.
Okay,
And then the second term would be 2028.
right, but there's,
So right now we're taking nominations for this 2026.
right, but there's 3 spots, right?
We can nominate as many, but that would.
I know, but there's 3 spots available. Okay. Sorry, go ahead, Ms. Mayor Pro Tem.
So I'd like to nominate Polachek, Patterson, Kruger, Besser,
Wait.
Bloom,
Oh,
Davis.
I'm confused.
No, it's fine.
and Gregory.
Councilmember Hall, did you have nominees?
I don't know what's happening right now because there's only 3 spots available.
Right, but it's ranked
nominate
choice.
as many as
You can
possible.
nominate as many as you want.
Okay.
I'd like to nominate Jeff Jarrell.
Any other nominations?
I do, but I'm letting everyone go first. You said Jeff Charles, so Albin. Sorry, was Judy said?
Yes.
Was Sean Besser said?
Yes.
Okay, sorry.
That it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Albin. It's Elaine Polachek, Hodge Patterson, Judy Kruger, Sean Besser. Is it everybody on that list?
It's everyone that's now on that list, yes.
Tell me when to scan because I can't see what's happening there.
Sorry, you can scan. I'm sorry, I thought I was sharing my screen. Everyone can scan.
Oh, oops. I might have messed
Put
that
them
up.
in the order.
I just put them in all in order.
That's fine. You don't have to vote for everyone. If you don't want to vote for someone, you can remove them from
Can I
the
go back?
ballot. Yeah, you can go back.
So you want me to cancel these?
No, it's whatever. I don't know that it even matters because it's the top, right? Does it mess it up?
No.
No.
I thought I had this down, but every time I do it.
Sorry. We need 3 more votes.
It is, but it's just, I thought I didn't delete people.
2 more. One more. One more.
Yeah, I'm confused. It doesn't matter. I just pressed.
Yay. Okay. The top 3 winners are Houch Patterson, Judy Kruger, Sean Besser. Show the result screen. Yeah. Great. All right. So Patterson, Kruger, Besser for 2026. All right, now we do this again.
Do you want me to nominate some people or does someone else want to do it?
Are you going the list out again?
Yeah, just give me a second. All right, so I'm pulling off Patterson, Kruger,
And Hodge.
and
Besser.
I pulled off. Oh, there he is. Okay. All right, round 2.
So I'd like to nominate Jonathan Gregory, Gleam Davis,
I'm sorry, slow down for a minute. Gregory, okay.
and Richard Bloom.
And Gleam Davis. Any other nominees?
Albin, and Jeff Jarrow.
Any others? Okay.
Should I scan?
Not yet.
Okay.
Wait, sorry, I'll nominate Elaine Polachek.
Really?
Sorry. I thought I had heard her.
Okay. All right, so there's six nominees. All right, you can scan now.
Do you think we can get out of here before?
Never.
So do you think we're going to get out of here before 1:55?
You guys need to mute yourself. I can hear you.
Yeah. We know. Sorry.
One more.
We need to do that like Jeopardy music or whatever it is.
So the 3 selected members are Gleam Davis, Richard Bloom, and Albin Gillich.
Why does it say so far?
I don't know. That's it, though. All 7 votes are in, so. Oh, sorry, you must. Any questions?
Nope.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
Gleam, Albin, and Richard Plum. All right, on to the next one. All right, so item 16B is appointment to 1 unscheduled vacancy on the Arts Commission for a term ending June 30, 2028.
I'd like to nominate Julia Carnahan.
Oh, actually, you know what? We need a motion to accept that application because it was late.
I'll move to accept that application.
Second.
I'm sorry, who was the second? Negrete?
Me, yes.
Okay. All right, sorry, it's a roll call. Councilmember Zwick?
Yes.
Councilmember Hall?
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin?
Yes. Sorry, Mike's not working.
Mayor Pro Tem Terosis?
Yes.
Councilmember Snell?
Yes.
Councilmember Zernatskaya?
Yes.
Mayor Negrete?
Yes.
Okay.
So I'd like to nominate Julia Carnahan, Thomas Sullivan, and Phyllis Miller.
Thomas Sullivan and Phyllis Miller. Any other nominees? No other nominees? Okay.
Sorry, I'd also like to nominate Dr. Julius Reeder Carlson.
Oh, didn't you say that? No. Oh, Julia.
Any others? Okay, you can scan. Okay, so the winner is Julia Carnahan, sorry. Shouldn't say the winner, but the selected member. All right. The next item is item 16C, appointments to unscheduled vacancies on the Measure GS Resident Oversight Commission. So there are 5 open seats, 2 seats for someone, low income, non-deed restricted. And then there's 3 available seats for any income. There's only 1 qualified candidate for the low income seat, and that's Milan Ramsey.
I move to appoint Milan Ramsey.
Second. And the associated rule
To
waiver.
the low income seat, sorry.
Okay. Councilmember Zwick?
Yes.
Councilmember Hall?
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Terosis?
Yes.
Councilmember Snell?
Yes.
Councilmember Zernatskaya?
Yes.
Mayor Negrete.
Yes.
All right. Well, now there are 4 eligible candidates for the any income seat. Mark Bertler, David Goldsman, Samuel Shapiro Klein, and Dave Waterfall.
I'd like to nominate Sam Shapiro Klein.
Any others?
There's 4, I'm sorry, did you say there's 4 seats or 4?
3 seats.
3 seats, 4 applicants. Correct.
No other nominees?
I mean,
Okay, I'll also nominate Mark Berkler, David Goldsman, and Dave Waterfall.
Okay, so all. All right, you can scan.
no.
GS.
Measure G, yeah, that one.
So the top 3 are Samuel Shapiro Klein, Mark Bertler, and David Goldsman. Okay. All right, item 16D, appointment to 1 unscheduled vacancy on the Disabilities Commission. I'm sorry? Oh, sorry. Appointment to 1 unscheduled vacancy on the Disabilities Commission for a term ending June 30, 2028. There are. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I'd like to nominate Nicole Wynn.
Any other nominations?
Okay. Hearing none, we still need a vote roll call. Councilmember Zwick?
Yes.
Councilmember Hall?
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Terosis?
Yes.
Councilmember Snell? Yes. Councilmember Zernskaya?
Yes.
Mayor Negrete?
Yes.
All right. So that was fun. Item 16.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Request of Mayor Negrete that the City Council direct the City Manager to create a pilot microgrant program to address the habitability of rent-controlled, deed-restricted units.
So the idea was to hopefully use some portion of housing trust funds to make available to those. It's not a free-for-all for landlords to be able to apply to help facilitate maintaining their buildings, but to help those buildings, as we saw with Virginia Avenue, those apartments, there's many like them in the city that are rent-controlled, and oftentimes the building maintenance becomes to the point where it's so expensive because it's not being upkept and because the rents are low in deed-restricted units. A lot of times these are older landlords, mom and pop apartment buildings, and they have a hard time. Maybe they can apply for the rent adjustment, but they have a hard time keeping up with the growing costs to mitigate things like termites, mold, or other situations. And then what we end up seeing is the apartments become so dilapidated, almost uninhabitable, and then they become subject to being put in these positions where they're either torn down or we have to rely on outside organizations to come in and buy them to fix them. So I was hoping that we could preserve some of our deed-restricted rental stock by providing an opportunity of which staff will come up hopefully with how you apply for that and what standards make it available to you and how you qualify. But the whole purpose is just to, if you drive around the city of Santa Monica and look at some of our older rent-controlled buildings, I live in one, you can see that they're poorly maintained, and oftentimes it's because landlords, I'm not saying that's in my building situation, but in a lot of cases, the landlords don't have the financial capacity to be able to do some of these minor repairs and things that then eventually lead to major work. And that's it. Did you have a question, anybody?
Thanks, Mayor, and thanks for bringing this idea forward. It's certainly interesting, and I have some questions. I don't necessarily need you to answer them tonight, but if this passes, I would expect staff to look into these things. Article 18, Section 1800 of our charter grants landlords a right to a fair return. And then in Section 1805 on individual adjustments, the charter states that in making an individual upward adjustment, the Rent Control Board may employ as its fair return standard any lawful formula, including net operating income. The board shall consider all factors relevant to the formula it employs, which may include increases or decreases in operating and maintenance expenses, necessary and reasonable capital improvements, replacement, maintenance, the landlord's rate of return on investment, and the landlord's current and base date net operating income, and any other factor deemed relevant by the board in providing the landlord a fair return. So I guess this just leads me to the question if microgrants is the right way to address this, or if we need to provide more education and work with landlords that are not fixing habitability issues and ensure they're aware that there are upward adjustment opportunities. But I also see the value of a microgrant and the potential that could be used if the correct parameters were put out there. Other questions I have are, what is the value of a microgrant? I see if a repair is small enough that it might not merit an upward adjustment that's permanent for a renter. I guess shouldn't the landlord be able to simply pay for the repair out of their net operating income? You mentioned Virginia Avenue, which obviously had significant habitability issues. So is your vision for a microgrant something that would be large enough to cover all of those units or something smaller? Is there a cap, or do you envision a cap amount to this program, both for the microgrant itself and also for like the larger pot of money that we might be pulling from? And just as a comment, I think to staff, if this passes, I would certainly like us to focus on rental registry and even the development of a systemic code enforcement program so that we have better consumer data on renters and rental units, which would then help inform such programs like a microgrant program. I would expect different standards here, I think, for rent-controlled units versus deed-restricted units. I think there are different kind of operating income and revenue models that they're working with that would provide different abilities for those landlords. And the last thing I would say is, if this passes, I would expect staff to work hand in hand with the rent control agency and get approval from the Rent Control Board for such a program before coming back to council. I guess seeing where the council goes will be interesting. I think I'm going to support this because it fits within our budget priority of affordable, livable, and secure housing for all. Those are my comments. Thanks.
I just wanted to answer your question because maybe I didn't make it clear in the introduction that when I mentioned Virginia, it was knowing the family and understanding that those minor repairs, and when I say microgrant, it's to match. So if it's, say something's $5,000, potentially they could get half of that and they match it. So I'm hoping that staff will explore working with Rent Control Board. Obviously, you can go and pass it down onto the tenants permanently. I think we know also that a lot of the people living in the rent-controlled buildings tend to be our seniors and whatnot. That could be small, not enough to help with the repair, but also detrimental to somebody on a fixed income. So my goal is that hopefully we can establish, yes, a cap, a percentage, not to exploit this for somebody who just feels like they want the city to help them pay for repairs, but rather somebody who genuinely needs the help to match it. And maybe it's not a grant that pays for the entire repair, but rather it helps meet half of it. And I hope that staff, I'm going to leave it to staff to work on creating those parameters. Councilmember Roskin?
Yeah, first of all, I appreciate, Mayor. Thank you for bringing forward this item. Habitability has been an issue that we've dealt with a lot lately. I'm hoping that this program can really function as a windfall for tenants and not for corporate landlords who have a legal and moral obligation to provide habitable housing in the first place.
Yeah, rent control.
But so, yeah, I mean, I to Councilmember Hall's point, I do think it probably makes sense to refer this to the Rent Control Board to get their input on how to implement it. With that being said, I'm curious to hear what staff comes back with and to hear the recommendations from the Rent Board.
Councilmember Zernitskaya?
I believe Mayor Pro Tem Terosas had her hand up first.
Mayor Pro Tem Terosas?
Yeah, hi. I mean, I would only be in favor of voting in favor of this item if we first get a report back from staff before agreeing to adopt anything like a microgrant program. I think that there's a difference between these minor repairs and then needing major capital improvements. I think everyone knows when I was on the Rent Control Board, we passed a ban on any pass-throughs on a going forward basis. So I do understand that it's important to be able to give some relief to the landlords in order to be able to make these upgrades, but at the same time, I would not want to provide any grant opportunities to landlords who are doing this as a business opportunity without them opening their books and doing an analysis of fair return. But at the same time, if there was some sort of loan product that staff was able to put together that would incentivize, deferred maintenance and major capital improvements that perhaps a landlord of modest means would not be able to perform, I would be in favor of looking at that. But again, I would only want to study this. I think we need to hear back from a variety of stakeholders on how this would be structured, rolled out. And I think we've all had an aversion to doing any sort of means testing because that's not the spirit of our rent control law. But at the same time, this would require some sort of means testing from our landlord community in order to see if they would qualify. So I think we have to be just careful about the slippery slope that this creates. Thanks.
Councilmember Zernitskaya?
So first, just want to say thank you, Mayor, for bringing this forward. As some of our colleagues have already mentioned, habitability, especially in our older housing stock, is definitely a concern. I was wondering how you might feel about potentially referring this for staff to consult in consultation with the rent control agency to explore the feasibility and the actual need, because we don't quite know exactly how many buildings may be in need of this and how much potential capital that could require from the Housing Trust Fund if we're allowed to use those funds for this. And this may also give staff an opportunity to take a look at how other cities have addressed these types of issues and see if we can figure out what best practices we can take from other folks who have already done it. And I like the microgrant idea and the matching funds portion of it. And I also think that what Mayor Pro Tem Terosas mentioned with the loans, I think potentially looking at if we could provide some sort of low interest loans for larger projects, that kind of thing might be an interesting thing to look at. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you all for your comments. I thought it was obvious that we would work with the Rent Control Board. I didn't write a 4-paragraph direction because I was giving staff the ability to do what they felt right. But obviously this is not for corporate landlords. I guess maybe in my explanation I'm missing the point, is that it's for landlords who don't have financial access. It's not just to give it to landlords who have rent-controlled buildings. So let me just restate that this is for people who would qualify that are maybe mom-and-pop landlords or just don't have the financial means to maintain their building, and looking thoroughly at them being able to qualify under that, providing them some sort of financial capacity, whether it's a loan, whether it's a matching grant, I don't know. I'm hoping staff will come back and see what's feasible. Again, obviously working with the Rent Control Board. Councilmember Raskin. Oh, you're still in there. Councilmember.
It's Wick and Hall.
Oh, I see you're in here. Look, Councilmember Zweig.
Okay, I'm going to go. Thank you, Mayor Negrete, for bringing this item. I agree, habitability is a real issue on our rent-controlled housing stock. I share some of the kind of questions generally that were raised by some of my colleagues just about the program details, and for that reason, I do support Mayor Pro Tem Negros, Mayor Pro Tem
Like a combination of
Chirosis's comment that I guess I would ask that we ask staff to report back with, you know, research and a potential program structure that we could then report on. Just the language says create, so I just would say to return to council with a proposal. You know, I think beyond the questions that were already asked, you know, obviously we're lacking in funds at this moment. I know you mentioned the Housing Trust Fund. I think one among the other feasibility analyses would probably be worth checking the various requirements that measure places on those funds and where it might fall if it could be used in that manner. I do like Mayor Pro Tem Chirosis's idea of a revolving loan fund. It could be even a zero interest loan, which could still potentially be more of a help than, or still be quite helpful without necessarily just be handing money out, but still allowing people to make important and necessary repairs that, as the mayor said, might cost more down the road or might even save money in some instances on the long run if they had access to that kind of fund. So I think there's a lot of good ideas here, and I'm excited to hear sort of, you know, what kind of what staff believes would be the most effective and feasible program.
Okay, Councilmember Hall.
Mayor, if you'll allow, I'm going to try to synthesize what I've heard on the dais here. To have the city council direct the city manager to work with the rent control agency and rent control board to study a matching micro grant and or revolving loan fund program to address the habitability and seismic retrofit of rent controlled and deed restricted units, with direction to focus on smaller non-corporate landlords.
Yeah, and I would say that it's not just seismically retrofit, it's
habitability
right,
and seismic, yeah.
All repairs. I'm happy with that. Again, this is just direction to come back with this program. I realize it was written maybe too simply, but yes. That direction is fine with me, and I would like to make a motion to move this item as we just laid out with that direction. If I can get a second. Seconded by Councilmember Zernitskaya. Yeah. As Councilmember Hall just described it out right now, that it's direction to work with, did you have additions to that?
Friendly amendment. So I know this has come up before with the rent control agency, but to the extent that we can, given the separation of powers, have this come before the rent board at the earliest opportunity.
Sure. Okay. We're working with the rent board. I think that's the point. I don't know. Are they meeting regularly? Is this going to hold it up?
No, I mean this came up with the like the rent registry issue where it took some months before it came up before them on their agenda. I just don't want this to sit around.
I also don't want it to sit around because they're not meeting. They're meeting regularly, so I want to make sure it comes. Yeah, sure. As long as it doesn't affect it coming back.
Councilmember Zernitskaya?
Yes.
Councilmember Snell?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Chirozis?
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin?
Yes.
Councilmember Hall?
Yes.
Councilmember Zweig?
Yes.
Mayor Negrete?
Yes.
Item 16L, request of Councilmember Snell that the City Council consider waiving of fees for the Greenwell event organized by Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated, Sigma Lambda Omega chapter on Sunday, September 21st, 2025, that will celebrate their participation in the Coastal Cleanup Day 2025 by directing the city manager to waive the city's portion of fees, including application, administrative, neighborhood notification, container fees, parking, and zero waste plan fees associated with the use of Crescent Bay Park, and an amount up to $2,150 in waived fees.
Did you guys want to, Councilmember Hall?
I don't have any questions for Councilmember Snell, and I already told him why I wasn't going to support this, but I'll move the item. I just wanted to pull it so I can vote no and then explain my no vote.
And I understand, I talked with Councilmember regarding this. I asked our city manager to at some point come back to give us some direction. These type of requests are difficult when it comes funding requests. So I would like to set up some kind of procedure where council members would have some discretionary fund, a limit that would possibly be able to bring these things forward. So it's not just so arbitrary. And so I'm hoping that that at some point we can have that kind of structure so that when these organizations come to a request for money, we each have an allotted amount in our discretionary funds to be able to do it. So I'd like to move this item.
Yeah, Councilmember Hall already moved.
Okay, I'll
Second it. Moved by Councilmember Hall, seconded by Councilmember Snell.
Councilmember Zwick?
Yes.
Councilmember Hall?
No.
Councilmember Raskin?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Terosis?
Yes.
Councilmember Snell?
Yes.
Councilmember Zernatskaya?
Yes.
And Mayor Negrete?
Yes.
I'd like to explain my no vote, Mayor. So I obviously support our Coastal Cleanup Day and know and love several Alpha Kappa Alpha women in my life, some of whom have been my closest mentors in my professional life and in politics. Thank you for all your work you do in our community and communities across America. And thank you, Councilmember Snell, for bringing this. My vote no is not for lack of support for this initiative, but in protest of this process where it feels like it is first come, first serve based on who you know up here. And we always vote yes out of a desire to be collegial with one another on these items, and because we care about the initiatives being brought. But we also passed a fiscal crisis resolution tonight, and I said a couple meetings ago that I would not bring forward nor vote for these types of items until staff bring back a framework to guide these fee waivers, and I hope we'll see something on that front very soon. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, we do have an adjournment. Tonight, we adjourn our meeting in memory of Matthew Sussman. Matthew served on the city with passion, courage, and dedication. Served our city with passion, courage, and dedication. The chair of the Disabilities Commission, Alex Elliott, shared the following tribute in his honor. The Honorable Commissioner Matthew Sussman served on the Disabilities Commission for 4 years and 2 terms as the vice chair. Matthew was a fierce advocate for increasing behavioral health and housing support for everyone in Santa Monica from the cradle to the grave. Matthew advocated for hiring a full-time ADA coordinator, an accessible space for commission meetings, and ensuring technology works for people with disabilities. In his final months, Matthew carried his oxygen tank across the city to meetings so the commission could meet quorum and conduct critical official business for the disability community. Matthew had the bravery to speak up. He refused to be quiet in the face of, I'm not sure, but he refused to back down, I will say. He spoke authentically and directly, whether the person was the mayor or without a home. Matthew spoke from the heart, even when it came from the hip. It was an honor to serve with Matthew Sussman on the Disabilities Commission, and we are grateful for his contributions to the city of Santa Monica and the community. We honor Matthew's service, advocacy, and courage, and we extend our deepest condolences to all who were touched by his work. May he rest in peace. And with that, Santa Monica, that concludes our regular city council meeting. We will see you back Tuesday, September 30th. And until then, stay sassy, Santa Monica.
Bye.